Hello all, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Just gonna take a moment to make sure everybody is getting in. How's everyone doing on this Thursday? Good. Thank you, Tara. I'm doing well. I'm excited. This conference is finally happening. I feel like we've been talking about it for 9 months, so this is really exciting. Okay. All right, so it's 11:31. If fellow hosts could keep admitting people as they're coming in, I'm just gonna open us up with a welcome. But yeah, hi, and welcome to the Early Modern Center, or as we call it, the EMC's 2022 Voicing Women Across Media, 1500 to 1800. Thank you all for being here. I'm Nicole Stark. I'm a PhD student in the English department, and I'm this year's Early Modern Center Fellow. I'm who many of you have been communicating with over the last several months. So, you know, thank you all. It's really lovely to be able to put some faces to names, even virtually. Yeah, we're thrilled to have a set of really, really wonderful panelists and papers and presentations. Last year, the EMC decided not to host a conference while our former director, Bernadette Andrea, and former EMC fellow, Anita Ray Chaudhry, really sort of did wonderful work in learning to navigate a virtual EMC and planned wonderful talks and events. And it's been great to kind of take that knowledge this year and reintroduce having a conference in this virtual setting. So we're very excited to be back. On that note, I also want to welcome Simone Chess and James McNamara, we are so grateful and fortunate will be providing the keynote addresses for this conference. So thank you to our panelists, thank you to our keynoters for being here. We're ecstatic you're here. Just to address this too, normally our current EMC director, Patricia Fumerton, a professor of English here at UCSB and the director of the English Broadside Ballad Archive, would be here to speak and welcome you. Unfortunately, she is unwell and in the hospital, though thankfully on the mend, but she's absolutely brokenhearted she can't be here. But she insisted I send along her apologies, though I think we can all agree they are not necessary. Now, there's a great deal that goes into planning this conference, which is traditionally run by graduate students, along with the guidance of the EMC director, as well as EMC faculty and associates in the English department and across disciplines here at UCSB. And I want to take a moment to thank all the people who have helped make this conference possible, especially as we've had to readjust really at the last without Dr. Fumerton. The EMC is truly a wonderful, supportive team, and on behalf of myself and Patty, we can't express our gratitude enough. So thank you to everyone for all your flexibility. So before we begin, just for some kind of general info, we're going to be recording the conference, which will be posted on Monday to the EMC site on the same page that the conference has been posted so far. And during the Q&A, our moderators will reiterate, please use the chat to write your name down, and we'll call on folks in order of when they write it down so that you can go ahead and unmute and address whomever you want to talk to on the panel. Before we begin with panel one, please ensure that your mics are on mute just to avoid feedback. And once again, we welcome you. Reem, please go ahead and take it away and introduce our first panel.
Hi, it's nice to be here and nice to see you all. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with introducing our first speaker. Şebnem Düzgün is an assistant professor at Ankara Science University and a visiting fellow at the University of Southampton under the research grant program of the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey. She received her PhD in English culture and literature in 2017. Her main research interests include 18th and 19th century English literature, utopia, dystopia, science fiction, women's literature, and gender studies. She is the author of book chapters on Margaret Cavendish's The Blazing Worlds and P.D. James' The Children of Men, and of several scholarly peer-reviewed journal articles. So Shabnam, go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. Today I will talk about the redefinition of English Neopalatine Country House in Sarasco's Millennium Hall. Sarasco's Millennium Hall depicts the utopian project of 6 upper-class ladies who create an all-female community as an alternative to patriarchal community where they have been exposed to domination, manipulation, and oppression. The ladies produced a female space through reshaping Millennium Hall, an English Neapolitan country estate. The country estate, which embodied patriarchal power in the 18th century, is turned into a space where the ladies occupy and control the main central rooms, traditionally reserved for men. The aim of this presentation is to show the strategy of the ladies of Millennium Hall to restore the English Neapolitan country house is a struggle for having authority and autonomy that are denied to them in the patriarchal community. In the age of enlightenment, women were supposed to obey the conventional gender roles. 18th century ideology draws a stereotypical image of women as a hopelessly oppressed class, banned from education and public life, and confined to traditional domestic and filial duties. Women's domestication is also justified by the medical discourse of the 18th century, which argued that females are too delicate mentally and physically to participate into public life. Men, unlike women, were allowed to excel in public life, that is science, philosophy, religion, and politics. However, women were not supposed to enter into learned disputes for which they were not considered to be qualified. Moreover, the mental and physical subordination of women was inflicted by the Spheres ideology. Domestic ideology of the Enlightenment age argued for the separation of home from work. Home was associated with private sphere, and women who were related with the private were assigned to organize the home and make sure it runs smoothly. The effects of separate sphere ideology can also be seen in the construction of 18th century country houses. Lipsitch defines English Palladian country houses as structures that incorporate contrasts such as private and public, as they have spaces reserved for social and private activities. Anderson pointed out this contrast and stated that the segregation of public-private space in country houses parallels the segregation of men and women. While there are more spacious and larger rooms in the public area identified with men, there are smaller and simpler rooms in the private area identified with women. He claims that in this way, the superiority of man is expressed. The symmetrical order of Palladian houses thus suggested social order, and grand rooms, including the central great chamber above the central hall, were spared for the owner of the house, who was not only at the center of the house, but also immediately above his household. English Neapolitan architecture not only functioned as a means to support patriarchal hegemony, but it was used to assert England's independence from the influences of France and Italy. British architecture that favored the simplicity of classical architecture against the excesses of Baroque architecture was an embodiment of the new self-confident nationalism. Moreover, Neapolitan architecture played an important role in the domestic political relationships between the Whigs and Tories. The rise of the Whig Party by the end of the 17th century signaled a change in politics. Associated with tradesmen and aristocratic landowners, the Whigs wanted to be as free as possible from royal whim. Thus, they attacked Tories' tendency for Baroque architecture. The Whigs supported the revival of Palladianism, which was regarded as a style in line with their mercantile policies and social ambitions, since it was a language of mathematics, proportion, and geometry, unencumbered by the arbitrary and whimsical power of monarchy. Associated not only with patriarchal power, but also with a desire for independence from foreign influences and royal oppression, English Neapolitan architecture has complexities, which are well illustrated in the structure of Sarasco's main hall. Built in English Neapolitan fashion, the hall embodies male supremacy, but it is reshaped by upper-class ladies who want to escape from patriarchal oppression to achieve socio-economic autonomy. Millennium Hall attracts the attention of the anonymous male narrator and his friend Lamont, who take refuge in the hall after their coach is broken down in stormy weather. The narrator describes the hall as a female Arcadia that is comprised of people who are distinguished with rural simplicity, the happy, amiable innocence, and cleanness and neatness. His tendency to associate the hall with antiquity is apparent also in his depiction of the outer and interior parts of the house. When the narrator, accompanied by Lamont, approaches the hall, he is impressed by the facade of the house, which he describes as an ancient structure. The interior of the house also has a connection to ancient times, as the male narrator and his young friend come across a women's school that is reminiscent of an Attic school, namely an ancient Athenian school. The house does not only have a connection with antiquity, but also with Neo-Palladianism. The hall, like Neo-Palladian buildings, has a large hall leading to a reception room overlooking the garden. The reception room behind the central hall has order, proportion, and geometry, which are the basic qualities of Palladian architecture. Moreover, as it can be seen in the frontispiece of Millennium Hall, the hall, like a Palladian house, has three parts. It has a rustic, a larger ground floor, and a narrower attic, as well as a simple facade having a dominant center and secondary wings. According to Millennium Hall has elegant simplicity, which is observed in English Neo-Palladian houses. As traditional Neo-Palladian English country houses were gender divided in that it enforced male privilege, the ladies of the hall redefined English Neo-Palladian structure to put women into the center of Millennium Hall. In formal houses of the early 18th century, the main rooms on the main floor were planned as the settings for meetings between gentlemen, lords, and princes, while the minor private rooms were located in the basement or the rustic, which had informal living rooms, kitchen, and service rooms associated with the private sphere. Therefore, while the male domains on the upper floor were the rooms of state or public life, the minor rooms dislocated from the center were the settings for social and private life. Spatial division was also in operation in the later 18th century. While men belonging to the ruling classes spent a long time in the dining room discussing politics together, women remained in the drawing room, where the gentlemen joined them around 7 for tea or coffee. The ladies of Millennium Hall, who assumed the role of a male estate owner, occupy and manage the central rooms traditionally reserved for men in English Neo-Palladian country houses. For instance, they turned the reception room led through the main hall, in which gentlemen conventionally discuss political and public issues, into an intellectual and artistic center for women, where they are involved in reading, writing, translating, painting, drawing, and carving. Since women are traditionally supposed to deal with domestic work, the narrator and Lamont cannot restrain their surprise at the sight of so uncommon a society. The books in the room reserved for women's education also show the ladies' cultural sophistication and their intellectual power. The male narrator confirms the ladies' extraordinary intellectual vigor by calling the hall as the abode of the genius. Lamont, on the other hand, is initially suspicious about the cultural and intellectual sophistication of the ladies who own a country estate, since he adopts traditional discourse that associates the country with a lack of culture, cultivation, and intellect. However, the ladies show that he is mistaken about his notions of society and intelligence through displaying their familiarity with culture and cultural and intellectual works. For instance, Miss Mansell, a founder of the hall, who has been educated in philosophy, refers to halls and tells Lamont that they prefer to cultivate their minds through their philosophical readings rather than indulging in the pleasures of city life. Quote, "You will pity us perhaps because we have no cars, no assemblies, no plays, no masquerades in this sultry place. The first we might have if we choose it, nor are they totally disclaimed by us. But while we can with safety speak our thoughts, and with pleasure read those of wise persons, we are not likely to be often reduced to them, unquote. Mrs. Maynard, who tells the stories of women having founded Millennium Hall, also assured the narrator and Lamont about the intellectual and cultural vigor of the ladies. For instance, she explains that Miss Mansell has a mind cultivated with the greatest care, as she was instructed in philosophy and geography, as well as the principles of true religion. Miss Trandom, another founder of the hall, is also portrayed as a woman who was perfect mistress of the living languages and no less acquainted with Greek and Latin, and well instructed in the ancient and modern philosophy and in almost every branch of learning. Showing the narrator and Lamont their intellectual capacities through their rational arguments and ambitious project of transforming a central male domain into an academy for women, the ladies of the hall subvert the patriarchal discourse that portrays women as intellectually weak creatures that are capricious and fantastical. The ladies also redefined the formal dining room, which was generally located on the main floor of a Neapolitan country house. Accordingly, the dining room was conventionally a male domain where men discussed politics after the dinner was finished, and women retired to the drawing room to make tea or coffee. In this room, the ladies of the hall show that women's merits cannot be restricted to entertaining and serving for men, since they have the capacity to be involved in rational and intellectual conversations that reveal the sprightliness of their wit and the justness of their reflections. The depiction of the ladies' dining room is also functional in that it contradicts the patriarchal discourse that claims women lack the mental vigor to deal with economic affairs. The ladies manage the house wisely in order not to waste their money, a large part of which is reserved for charity works. Thus, their house is deficient of the grandeur and ostentation of Baroque houses. Their simple yet elegant tastes, which are found in Neapolitan English architecture, can be seen in Millennium Hall, including their dining room. The male narrator is pleased to find the repast more elegant than expensive, which shows that the ladies, rather than being pretentious, manage everything in their own family with great economy. Therefore, he praises the ladies as good economists, who pay attention to the fact that the hall is sufficiently furnished and in good order without any extravagances. The ladies also redesigned the music room to make it a place for themselves and their family concerts in which they perform religious songs. Music rooms were located in the houses of nobility and gentry after 1750. In these rooms, the owners of the houses would give private, elegant musical parties, having famous singers and instrumentalists, which displayed their culture and sophistication that were traditionally associated with the male sex. The ladies transformed music room to make it a feminine space where women display their interest in culture and art. The room has a painting of a beautiful Saint Cecilia, the patroness of music, which is painted by Miss Mansell, and a fine piece of card work over the chimney done by Miss Trandom. The ladies are also distinguished from a conventional estate owner in that their concerts are not ostentatious, as they don't invite famous singers or musicians, but instead form an orchestra including their family members. Rather than displaying their status, culture, and wealth through private music concerts, the ladies show their modesty and benevolence by employing poor and disabled people and young girls whom they educate to avoid wasting too much money by employing professional musicians. Moreover, the ladies' concerts are distinguished in that their musicians perform touching and pathetic religious songs that appeal to hearts and senses instead of playing music for dancing or entertainment. According to the ladies of the hall, they define the music room as a feminist space associated with their own cause of modesty, benevolence, unity, and morality instead of adopting patriarchal notions of power and wealth. In conclusion, English Neapolitan country house, which embodied patriarchal power in the 18th century, is turned into a space where the ladies occupy and control the main central rooms, which were traditionally reserved for so-called rational and powerful men. The ladies changed the central male-controlled domains into an academy for women, where women can enjoy an intellectual and artistic life. Rejecting to adopt a passive role as domestic creatures who are responsible for the entertainment and nurture of men, the ladies play an active role in the traditional male domains as landowners and brain workers of their society who are engaged with public issues like economy, philosophy, and religion. According to the ladies' scheme to establish an all-female community and redefine English Neapolitan architecture are the attempts to create a feminine space where they can display their intellectual and cultural capacities without being restrained by oppressive patriarchal society. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabnam. We will be doing Q&A at the end of the panel, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Amelia Mills. Amelia Mills is a final year PhD student at Loughborough University, UK. Her thesis is focused on Afra-Bain and her French translations. After the PhD, Amelia intends to further research cultural transmission from France to England, specifically the influence that the Précieuses French writers had on literary fashions in 17th century England. Amelia is also a qualified primary school teacher. Since transitioning to academia, Amelia has enjoyed adapting classroom teaching skills to teaching undergraduates on a wide range of literature modules. So without further ado, Amelia.
Hello, it's lovely to meet you all. I'm just going to try and share my screen. It's coming up with host disabled participant screen sharing. Is there a way I could change that? Or anyone can change it?
You should be a co-host now, Amelia. So hopefully,
okay, that should brilliant. Okay, lovely. Okay. So let's see. Sorry about this. From beginning, here we go. Okay, I'm ready. So my paper is entitled Reclaiming the Carte du Tendre, Madeleine de Scudéry, Paul Tallemant and Afra-Bain. And as you can see on the slide in front of you, hopefully, here are the three focus writers for this paper. So on the left you can see there's Madeleine de Scudéry, a very prolific French author of the 17th century. In the middle we've got Paul Tallemant, who was a more minor writer of the 17th century, who even at the time he was relatively minor, but he was well known. He was in social circles and things like that. And then on the right we've got Afra-Bain, who was a very prolific English writer, and I'm going to talk about how some of their works are connected in this paper. So these are the works I'm talking about. So in the case of Scudéry, then it's the Carte du Tendre, which is actually, it was published within a novel. And then in the middle we've got Paul Tallemant's Le Voyage de l'Île d'Amour, which is a reinterpretation of Scudéry's map, and I'll talk about why that is the case as well as we go on with the paper. And then on the right we've got Bain's translation of Tallemant's work. It was a very creative translation, as you'll see when you see some of the examples, which was called A Voyage to the Isle of Love. And this was a 30-year period. So because Scudéry's map was published within her novel Clélie in the 1650s, in 1654, and then Paul Tallemant's Voyage de l'Île d'Amour came out in 1663, and then Ben's was published in 1684. So that's a little bit of an introduction to these three works that we're going to be looking at. So, as I said, the works span 3 decades. And by examining these together, these works together, my aims for the paper are to consider the alterations that Tallemant made to Scudery's initial carte du tendre concept, because that should allow insights into the changing attitudes towards educated and assertive women in France in the mid-17th century. And then examining the alterations that Ben made to Tallemant should show how these attitudes continued to change into the later 17th century, also how they transferred across the channel, and also importantly, how Ben dealt with translating a man's reconfiguration of a map that Scudery had originally intended as a space for women's autonomy. So we've got a lot to cover, so I'll speak quickly. So for those of you who might be less acquainted with it, here's a brief overview of Scudery's carte du tendre and its context. The carte du tendre, which translates to map of tenderness, was initially conceived as a social game during the winter of 1653-4. It was engraved by François Chauveau, and in 1654 it was printed and published within Scudery's novel Clélie. The main character in Scudery's novel is called Clélie, and she's depicted to have drafted the carte du tendre to map out how her suitors should best navigate their way to her affection. So using the map within her fiction, Scudery created a space of authority over men for her heroine, as she directs and educates her male suitors in navigating emotions relating to courtship. So ideas and the manoeuvrings of the mind and heart are depicted on the map as places to journey around. As can be seen on the image, well, not that clearly, which is why I've put the arrows there, the map charts several courses to tenderness at 3 destinations named after the rivers they are built on. So we've got recognition, tendre sur reconnaissance, and that's on the left there, inclination, or tendre sur inclination, and esteem, tendre sur estime. These are all depicted as desired destinations after setting off from New Friendship, which is the sort of big town on the river at the bottom there, Nouvelle Amitié. The fastest path to Tendre is via the River of Inclination. The other 2 routes involve passing through several allegorical villages, such as obeisance, obedience, générosité, generosity, and you know, each of these villages, each of these little mounds you can see on the map is named after something like that. Along the choice of 3 routes that a suitor can take, he must avoid pitfalls such as negligence, or inequality, inégalité, which could cause him to end up in the lake of indifference, which I've zoomed in on there, the lac d'indifférence. So the suitor, he doesn't want to fall into there, he's got to behave himself. So, as is evident, tenderness, friendship, equality, and the meeting of minds was central to Scudery's vision for how best to navigate to lasting affection. The map appeared at the height of préciosité in France, a time when salon women were celebrated for expressing intellectual freedoms. Scudery, sorry, I'm just moving things around. Scudery and her map came to epitomise this literary movement in France, dominated by women. Such a movement might well have appealed to a woman author such as Ben, who regularly wrote on the themes of women's inequality, the sexual double standard, and the perils of marriage for women, issues that would have been discussed in the French salons, and that the map is arguably an attempt to remedy. This may well have appealed all the more to Ben, because this strong female literary culture in mid-17th century France was not paralleled in England at the time. As Joan de Jam explains in Tender Geographies, we can speak of a veritable tradition of French women's writing as early as the 1660s, when across the Channel there is far less evidence of literary community. Many surviving copies of Clélie no longer retain the map attached within their pages. This is because it was often removed and used for display, discussion, and games. So, in this sense, the map became famous independent of the context of the novel, which Scuderi intended it to be connected to. And this is where the concept possibly became vulnerable to reinterpretation and reinvention. So others copied Scuderi's allegorical cartographical concept, and the map was imitated and reinterpreted many times. Alternative maps, often created by men, criticised or undermined the values of the précieuses. These continued to appear from the mid-1650s and also long into the 18th century. Some accused Scuderi's ideas on femininity and courtship of being prudish. Her encouragement to seek tendre was regularly adjusted into more erotic interpretations. They accompanied a general change in attitudes towards préciosité, as it lost its respectability in the mainstream from the second half of the 17th century. Rather than being admired for their merit, salon women such as Scuderi were increasingly portrayed as frivolous and their ideas were trivialized. Molière's satire, Les Précieuses Ridicules, staged in 1659, is thought to be a literary instigator for this change in attitude. This attitude evidently caught on this side of the channel too. In 1660, Sir George Mackenzie's Aratina, or the Serious Romance, a text considered to be the first Scottish novel, remarks in its prefatory material under the heading An Apology for Romances. I hear there is now a ridiculous cabal of ladies at Paris who term themselves the precious and who would paraphrase everything they speak of, terming a mirror the counsellor of beauty and a chair the commodity of conversation, etc. And thus they have progressed from painting of faces to paint expressions. This belittlement of the précieuses, dismissing their words to simply following latest trends as they would do with makeup, would likely have been galling to Scuderi, whose novels and conversations were repeatedly concerned with issues such as limitations in marriage and the need for mutuality in relationships. Through characters she created in her novels, Scuderi argued for women to be valued for their mind, not only their appearance, such as when she writes in Les Femmes Illustres, those who say that beauty is women's part and that arts and letters are all the liberal and sublime sciences belong to men and that we have no part in them, are equally far from both justice and truth. And that's from a translated copy, which is why I'm reading it in English. Similarities to Ben's principles are clear. Ben raised this concern in each of the addresses to the reader that are included in 3 of her plays, The Dutch Lover, Sir Patient Fancy, and The Lucky Chance. For example, in The Dutch Lover in 1673, Ben writes of the unfair educational advantage men have, saying men's great advantage over woman, that is learning. In her epilogue to Sir Patient Fancy, she similarly laments, what has poor woman done that she must be, debarred from sense and sacred poetry, highlighting that women's lesser knowledge is due to lack of access as opposed to capacity for learning. So she's clear on that, she recognises that. So the carte de tendre, as I mentioned, was adapted in various ways, but it was also adapted into literature as well as reimagined maps. And this is where Paul Tallemant comes in with Voyage de l'Île d'Amour, a reinterpretation of the premise of Scuderi's map into the written form of which Ben's A Voyage to the Isle of Love is a translation. Association between Scuderi and Ben through Ben's translation of Tallemant has already been pointed out by Ellen Brinks, who muses, it seems a fascinating and somehow fitting coincidence that the terrain of Scuderi, the most renowned Frenchwoman writer of the second half of the 17th century, should find its, albeit deviated, way to Afro-Ben. Where Brinks believes Ben to have made connection with Scuderi's work unconsciously and indirectly, I argue that it's likely to have been a cognizant association and that Brinks's interpretation does not fully appreciate just how well known Scuderi's work would have been to both Ben and her readership. Scuderi's works were commonly and very quickly translated into English in the 17th century, evidencing popularity and demand. As auction catalogues and individuals' library catalogues in England attest, Scuderi's works, including Clelie, circulated widely in England in both original and translated form. And as Marie-Louise Coulihan has demonstrated, using evidence from the Research database, Scuderi was the most read woman author in 17th century England, above English writers as well. Brinks considers the connections as coincidental. I would suggest instead that considering Ben's likely familiarity with Scudery's work and her own alignment with at least some of Scudery's principles pertaining to women, Ben consciously selected Voyage because of its connections to the Précieuses and Scudery. So Talamon's text is a prosomitrum, which means a mixture of verse and prose, where a young man, Tircis, offers an epistolary recollection of his adventures as he travels to various allegorical locations around l'Île d'Amour. He is pursuing a young woman, Aminte, who is fallen for at first sight. As the use of amour to replace tendre in his prosomitrum's title, Voyage de l'Île d'Amour, suggests, like the imitations of the carte de tendre in map form, Tallemant also reinterpreted the destination into something that was related more to erotic ideas of male-female relationships rather than friendship. Scudery's views on relationships are trivialized by this choice, as the connotations of mutuality and common understanding that tendre could denote are replaced with amour, a word with more romantic and potentially erotic nuances. So this demonstrates Tallemant going along with many of his male contemporaries and perpetuating the trivialization of philosophies that the Précieuses and Scudery held. Tallemant's premise of a young man seeking a woman he's lusting for at first sight also goes against Scudery's principles. Scudery encouraged the idea of developing inclination steadily in relationships, rather than the more typical Petrarchan romantic ideas about falling passionately for people at first sight. Joan de Jeanne, again, describes the concept of love at first sight as the spontaneous birth of a passion that suddenly and violently transforms the lives of those it strikes. This violent and measured way of loving is what Scudery sought an alternative for several reasons. Firstly, because it bases a woman's worth on her physical appearance, a visual image being all that is needed to form an attachment. Secondly, love at first sight denies the time required for developing inclination, which is something that in Scudery's view was essential for women to have some influence on men when they were married to them. And thirdly, this kind of attachment leaves no opportunity for mutuality. And as we said, Scudery really valued mutuality in relationships. It's possible that Ben recognised the need to reject Tallemant's reinterpretations when she went to translate him, and she wanted to recover original purposes of Scudery's map, to educate men on how to gain a woman's affection on the basis of intellectual merit, and to celebrate female expression. She certainly translated Tallemant creatively, and as she did so, I argue that she addressed changing attitudes towards Scudery and her carte de tendre and women. So I'll next look at some examples from which Tallemant's from within the text and the way Ben translates them to explore this possibility. I should now tell you that Ben translated, as she translated, she rendered the prosomitrum entirely into verse, and in the process, she more than doubled the word count. So Ben certainly makes the connections to Scudery's central concept stronger. For example, with friendship and mutuality being so important to Scudery, a brief remark relating to friendship in Tallemant is elaborated significantly by Ben. Inspired by Tallemant's Tircis mentioning that he finds comfort in sharing his woes with a friend, Ben makes friendship a central focus in her opening, with her protagonist making statements such as, "Friendship, man's noblest business, without whom the outcast life finds nothing it can own." Ben repeats the word 6 times, often with exclamations, stressing the importance of friendship, aligns the work sentiments with Scudery's map, where nouvelle amitié and constant amitié are necessary for a successful journey to tenderness. Lysander shares a newfound wisdom about friendship with Lycidas at this point. So Lycidas is his friend he's writing to. And it's at the point when his instant infatuation has failed. So for another example, Tallemant alters the destination his protagonist seeks, which of course on Scudery's map is tendre. Ben might not reinstate the word tenderness, but she refuses to follow Tallemant's lead for what the alternative destination should be. Tallemant frequently states plaisir to be Tircis's desired destination. The use of plaisir transforms the desired destination for the traveller into something with much more erotic connotations. suggesting immediate indulgence. And it was plaisir was commonly used in relation to sexual gratification. For example, in fact, I will skip this part because I know I'm a bit short on time, and I'll give you one more example. So we've also got here, by making subtle alterations to whose perspective is explored and interjecting Lysander's narrative with Aminta's speech, Ben questions Talamont's blinkered focus on seduction from a man's perspective and his perpetuation of the idealization of love at first sight. As established, Scudery was very critical of this concept of love and its consequences for women. For his plot, Talamont draws on the regularly used poetic depiction of uncontrollable male desire, as we're presented with impatient young man's request for sexual consummation. Writing in prosometrium, Tircis and Amint conform to stereotypical gendered roles, perpetuating androcentric biases in which the man is an active admirer who vocalizes his desires and pursues, and the woman is a passive beauty who is observed and chaste. When describing Tircis and Aminta's initial encounter, Talamont does not consider Aminta's feelings. So I won't read that out because obviously you can see it there. Whereas in Ben, she amends this. In Ben's version, it is Aminta who trembles, whereas in Talamont's, it is the man. And you can see what's written there as well. I won't read that out as well, but where the highlighted part in yellow. So in this instance, as she translates Talamont, Ben draws upon a word he uses, but she invokes a different focus for it. As Aminta experiences trembling fear in contrast to Tircis's trembling apprehensive advance. This transfers the interest from the male protagonist's feelings to those of the woman he's pursuing. Aminta's interpretation of this situation is given precedence as she recognizes her vulnerability in being alone with a man. She actively wanders and surveys before exclaiming her fears out loud. So Ben avoids the filter of Lysander's perception of her by giving her a direct quotation and giving her speech. And that's where I'm going to leave it there because I realise that I've overrun already. But I hope those examples have just given you a taste of how Ben changed things and reinstated some principles that encourage readers to think about a woman's situation in courtship. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I'm going to introduce our final speaker for this panel, and then we'll go through the Q&A for all three. So our next speaker is Kimberly Glassman. Kimberly is a PhD candidate at Queen Mary University of London. Kim's PhD project investigates the intersection of material and print culture in 19th century female transatlantic botanical networks. Alongside her research, Kim manages the So Vital Botanical Art Collection in London and assists Dr. Jennifer Monroe on her new book project, Mothers of Science, Women, Nature, and Writing in Early Modern English Literature. Kim has published on adaptation studies and art science collaborations in Lit Infinite Journal, SciArt Magazine, and the Oxford Mail. And Amelia, yeah, okay, your screen was still shared. Would you like to share your screen, Kim?
Yes, I will just share this one and it should work. Give me a thumbs up if we're good. Amazing. All right, so hello everyone. Today I'll be presenting my research to date on treading between Linnaean botany and female propriety in colonial Canada, focusing specifically on a brief overview of the case studies of the writings of Maria Jackson and of Harriet Shepard. Now, it's well known that many scholars have investigated the accomplishments of women's writings on botany during the long 18th century in England, especially during the period of 1790 to 1840, when women contributed to cultivating a vibrant market for popular science books. According to Anne Stier, among others, it was the relatively recent emergence actually of Linnaean botany that opened opportunities for women to acquire scientific knowledge and to then capitalize on this, quote, botanomania trend, as she terms it, by publishing introductory books on the subject for women and children. The best known titles, sorry, I skipped over two. The best known titles from this period by Priscilla Wakefield, Sarah and Elizabeth Fitton, Jane Marcet, and Jane Loudon took England by storm and provided a space for women to become both the producers and consumers of botanical science. But there was a bit of a caveat. It was in a style that confined their writing to a strictly feminine space through polite conversation and female dialogue, as I will show you in a moment. British author Maria Jackson was part of the first generation of scientific authors who, despite being, to quote Shear, less popular than some and better versed in her subject matter than most, deviated from the constraints of this familial writing style to directly engage with the botanical issues and science of her day in a format that we now recognize as more like a scientific textbook in a third-person narrative. Across the Atlantic and about 20 years later, so from the difference between about 1804 until 1829, Harriet Shepherd of Sillery, Quebec, with her texts on conchology, similarly rejected this informal feminized narrative. And in so doing, both Jackson and Shepherd combated the paradox of the familial style of science writing with women, which, though it did enable women to have access to significant scientific knowledge within their confines of the domestic sphere, it also kept them from being able to join the increasingly masculinized public discourse on botanical science. So in my presentation, and hopefully in the time that I'm allotted, I'm going to question how these women, separated by time, continents, and resources, each carved out a space where their scientific writings did manage to contribute to ongoing public debates. But first, before we jump into that, just to give you a bit of background knowledge on Linnaean botany and its kind of process of becoming popularized and then placed into the familial writing format. So Carl Linnaeus drew up rules for assigning names to plants and animals in what became known as his binomial nomenclature system, which became more or less used consistently by 1758, or at least in his writings. He used the pairing of two Latin names denoting the specimen's genus and species, which you can see is the last two rows on the list. And this he did in order to globally standardize the naming of the natural world, which had been widely varied in different regions and was really necessary at this time in history. But his sexual system of plants had introduced this artificial classification that was based on the sexual reproductive organs of a flower, with the stamens being the male organ and the pistils the female. In a time when people were debating whether plants had sexuality at all, this suggestion more or less shocked the scientific world. And though many were hesitant to adopt it, it eventually became highly popular because of its practical use and its descriptive observations. The problem, though, with this Linnaean taxonomies that emerged was by the mid-18th century, botanical women were trying to engage and make their mark, and botany had come out as the most explicit discourse in the public domain to discuss sexuality or to access it. Take, for example, the writings of Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of Charles Darwin, and one of Linnaeus's fervent followers. In Darwin's scientific poem, The Loves of the Plants, which was published in 1789 as the second part of the Botanic Garden, he was inspired to write about the polygamous ways of the Gloriosa superba, illustrated here on the left, in a parodied Linnaean style. In his attempt, he really did want to popularize the science to get a lot of people to follow it and use it. So he writes, proud Gloriosa, led by three chosen swains, the blushing captives of her virgin chains, when time's rude hand a bark of wrinkles spread round her limbs and slivered o'er her head. Three other youths her riper years engage, the flattered victims of her wily age. So
needless to say, with texts like these emerging, many men abhorred any female exposure to Linnaeus' system, which was, and with Charles Alson, the former king's botanist and keeper of the royal gardens, in reading Darwin's work, quote, too smutty for British ears. Reverend Richard Palwell, though, does take the cake in articulating the urgency with which many thought female modesty was at risk, especially for these botanizing ladies, when in 1790 he wrote, quote, with bliss botanic as their bosoms heave, still pluck forbidden fruit with Mother Eve, for puberty in sawing florets plant, or point the prostitution of a plant, dissect its organs of unhallowed lust, and fondly gaze the titillating dust. So there were some responses to Palwell and others who shared his opinions, like Mary Wollstonecraft, who published A Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, that argued that female reserve was far from being incompatible with knowledge. But despite these dissenting voices, ultimately it was through the translation of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Letters on the Elements of Botany, addressed to a lady by Thomas Martin in 1785, along with works like 1785, along with Priscilla Wakefield's An Introduction to Botany in a series of familiar letters in 1796, that greatly helped popularize women's reading and writing about botany, but in a constricted way that would, I think they hoped, quell some of the concerns regarding this risk that Linnaean taxonomy posed to female propriety, and that being the narrative epistolary style, epistolary book. And before we go on to Mary Jackson, this led to what Sam George has called the, quote, gender-coded representations of botany, depicted as a genteel amusement for ladies within the familial setting. So in this climate of male anxieties that were kind of permeating, and this version of allowing women to engage in Linnaean botany, but in a highly restrictive way, it is here at this time when Rousseau, Wakefield, and Darwin were publishing that Maria Jackson published the first of her 4 works in 1797, only 1 year after Wakefield and the same year as Darwin's book, A Plan for the Conduct of Female Education in Boarding Schools, where he actually lists Jackson's work, I will speak of just now, as a recommended title for students to read on botany. So Maria Elizabetha Jackson wrote Botanical Dialogues as a way to introduce children actually to the Linnaean taxonomic system. While its formatting is quite similar to the traditional dialogue format, as we can see when it's compared to works like Priscilla Wakefield's, which I've just put their title pages side by side in the following slide here, we'll get to in a second. It does deviate slightly. So in each of these works, the Botanical Dialogues and the Letters by Wakefield, it involved at least 2 women who were in conversation. Botanical Dialogues does follow, like I said, these rules of the epistolary format, which dictated that science was more or less sandwiched between the accepted kind of domestic letter writing or conversation format that was a favorable style because it mirrored a lot of the conduct books that were written at the time that were directed towards children and women on ideal behavior. Now, in Wakefield's book, 2 character sisters, Felicia and Constance, exchange letters that set up a narrative in which, due to her ill health, one of the sisters, Felicia, takes up botany per her mother's recommendation to get fresh air and exercise and to get better, essentially. The sisters being separated, Felicia resolves to recount her lessons to Constance, and in this way, they could both better themselves, essentially. In Jackson's Botanical Dialogues, however, we similarly start with a maternal figure. This one, it's Hortensia, but she is accompanied by 4 children, 2 of which are her daughters and 2 of which are also her sons. So even though a mother is still making a promise to a child and helping through botany, we do, and with the pretense of combating idleness for Hortensia and the Botanical Dialogues, which was definitely feared in Victorian Britain, there are some differences in how the presentation of the teachings are shown. We see further along in Jackson's dialogues when one child, Harriet, for instance, expresses concern that her brother Charles will be better than her because he knows Latin, which was the case for almost all women who, unlike men in their lives, were not taught Latin or the classics in language. Hortensia responds to her daughter by saying, quote, "In some things he may, but the language of botany may be learnt without any such assistance, and perhaps more readily by not being confused with the knowledge of the more common signification of those words, which Linnaeus has appropriated to his science." And then she gives, for example, the calyx, which in Latin means cup, and explains that her brother, knowing that calyx means cup, will not help him in memorizing all the species of calyxes. In essence, she puts both her daughter and son on the same equal footing. But we do get a glimpse in this first book of the struggles, courage, and backlash that women experienced in carving out a space for themselves at this time. As we see Jackson, through the mouthpiece of Hortensia, continue in her dialogue by saying, "The world has agreed to condemn women to the exercise of their fingers in preference to that of their heads, and a woman rarely does herself credit by coming forward as a literary character. At this time, information in a woman beyond a certain degree distinguishes her above her companions, and like all other distinctions, is liable to lead her into a vain display. Hence, she becomes ridiculous and brings what in itself might be a credit into a disgrace." And so she goes on. And so even in this first publication, Jackson's familiar format is distinguishing itself from other popular dialogues on botany with such expressive and arguably proto-feminist statements. Ultimately, though, it did not reach as many school readers as I think the printers and herself intended, because the content itself was deemed too difficult for its intended readership. So the bulk of the text was then republished and repurposed for her botanical lectures in 1804, intended for a more appropriate adult audience. So then Botanical Lectures comes on the scene. It's published 1804 in the same year that Wakefield's Popular Letters, which we'd just seen, was actually reprinted again in London. Botanical books continued to be formatted into these conversations, dialogues, and letters all throughout the early 1800s and into the mid 1800s. Jackson, then we can see, made this big move when she essentially removed the dialogue narrative feature of her work when she published the lectures as just that, lectures. So she removed that which had constricted women's writing in a paradox of the familiar, where women would read about it in a certain format and then write about it in the same format, keeping it into the realm of the domestic. With her pen as her knife, Jackson, to quote Stier, quote, "wrote without mothers, home-based dialogues, and generalized teachings about science and independent thought, and used instead a third-person format with the impersonal tone of the standardized scientific textbook." Accordingly, it could be said that Botanical Lectures is in effect the first book for adults on Linnaean botany that was written by a woman. And we can see, going from one version to the next, from 1797 to 1804, that Jackson had created this path for future women to follow when she transitioned from botanical dialogues to the lectures. Though women before and after, and honestly during, her writings did populate the newly available space for female authorship in the form of the epistolary popular science book, it was through this type of revolutionary work that Jackson and others, that female scientific writings were able to break away from its domestic sphere and enter public dialogue to be consumed by both men and women alike. And I've just had on the screen here just a couple examples of many throughout. On the left, you can see the meat of her argument, the actual science of botany being explained, underlined in red on the left, and on the right, pretty much the exact same teachings without the dialogue format around it. So from the get-go, she was exceptional at what she was doing. So that brings us to Harriet Shepherd, who was one such woman who also, following in Jackson's stead, though perhaps without having ever read her work directly. Sorry, I just got a time check. So I'm going to quickly summarize Harriet Shepherd's work, who, like I said, did follow in Jackson's stead. Jackson had published in 1829 on The Recent Shells, which came up in a Transactions of the Literary and Historical Society of Quebec. And she similarly disregarded any kind of dialogue or informal format. In essence, she published was the only woman to have published in this transactions, apart from one other, Lady Dalhousie, who only shared her list of specimens that were donated to the society. And On Recent Shells is interesting in that, though it was a paper delivered in a literary society, it ended up in print and held at both the Montreal and Quebec public libraries in their catalog, which we can see in their catalogs of 1830 and 1832 respectively. And so it partakes in this history of print and production and consumption. For in the library catalogs, I found her work listed alongside those of Anne Seward, Mrs. Jane West, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Richard Palwheel, William Jackson Hooker, Maria Edgeworth, the Comte de Buffon, and Erasmus Darwin. And so her work, which followed in a very similar format that unfortunately I don't have enough time to show you examples of, were held in very similar company to that of Jackson's when it was created. Though it was also available more publicly, as libraries were actually quite hard to access in Quebec at this time. And it was found in the circulating libraries with actually works by Darwin and by Maria Edgeworth, as well as Mary Wollstonecraft and others that I have equally mentioned. But what I want to point out is that in these circulating libraries, we find the work of Harriet Shepard alongside the books that had been recommending, such as Darwin and Wakefield, had been recommending Jackson's work, the Botanical Lectures. So they do appear in those kind of authoritative sources. And so, although I don't have, again, as much time, please do ask questions. I admit that it does seem odd to tie two female authors together over a tangential connection of a traveling library, but I hope to have drawn parallel links in the general atmosphere, the rarity in finding these non-familial writings by women in science, and consider the physicality of the book in the exchange of ideas across the Atlantic within the personal and public collections, which ended up curating the most novel ideas locally, but the most profitable writings from abroad. And I'll just end by saying it is too often the case that sometimes these extraneous links are ignored because they are only the shadows of networks of pre-modern women who are working within the public form of masculine science, and that over the course of my research going forward, I hope to pursue to expose the deep ties between the history of botany, print culture, and female authorship in relation to the history of colonial importation and regulations, to create a space for these intersectional stories of women writing in the science textbook format to be told. Thank you, and apologies for going a bit over time.
Thank you, Kim, for this wonderful talk. Just as a reminder for the Q&A, if you have questions or comments, we're going to be going through an order in the chat. So please put your name in the chat so we could, and I could call on you, or if you could write your question in the chat. Sean, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to thank everyone for their wonderful talks today. This is fantastic. I wanted to ask Kimberly a question because you mentioned at the end, especially the colonial sort of networks of plants. I'd be interested if you could talk a little bit more about that, especially in relation to these women writers and women botanists.
Yeah, could you just repeat the first part of your question? I'm so sorry I missed it.
No problem. I'm just interested in this sort of colonial aspect, right? The discussions that are happening, especially in the 18th century. And I was wondering if you could expand upon that a little bit.
Yeah, of course. So there's a lot behind it, and unfortunately, I don't have too much time to go into it. But I had been looking at there's two aspects I had been looking at. First was particularly with print culture, and the second with physical botanical specimens. Harriet Shepard, among others, had actually been some of the networks that England, specifically London institutions like Kew Gardens at the time, had been using kind of as an outsource to create their own official books, such as the Flora Borealis Americana, which was written by William Jackson Hooker, as kind of sources to understand, catalog, and document the colonies, and North America, or British North America at this time being one of them. And so Harriet Shepard is one example of, her writings were published locally in this instance, but she had also been in conversation with William Jackson Hooker and sending specimens as well as at least two other ladies from the small town of Sillery, Quebec. So in one aspect, there's this, I don't want to use colonial as this word to mean necessarily dominance, but there's a relationship between those who are working in botany, especially women working in botany within Quebec, who are in conversation with and working collaboratively with people from the quote mother country, with London at the time, and how those power dynamics relate. And on the print culture side, there is a really fascinating history that I've yet to fully integrate into my research on really like laws and regulations that I hadn't considered initially about importation laws. So the first printing press actually just came to Halifax in 1751. And for decades, there really weren't many printing presses in Canada. And so the resources weren't really there. And it just kind of delayed the emergence of female science writers like those that I look at. And on top of that, from 1696 all the way up until 1840, there was actually a British Navigation Act that put kind of strain on what Canada could import and how. And so it kind of had to be through British ships. And so there's a lot of kind of legislature that does kind of pile on and make it expensive and not very feasible to acquire new literature unless they knew it could sell. And so that's kind of where the whole colonial aspect comes in with getting writings like Jackson maybe to Quebec, when we know that the first edition of the dialogues did not sell very well, where someone like Wakefield sold like hotcakes. And so you do get that difference. This is also the time of Austen. You see a lot of Jane Austen come in as well with more of the like romance novels. So I hope that answered your question a little bit. I could probably go on for ages, but yeah, those are the two main relations that I've been looking at.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for our panelists? Okay, I guess we could end a little bit early. And Nicole, are we taking a break now, or are we, I don't know, last call for questions?
Yeah, last call for questions, and folks are welcome to hang around during the break and stay in mute, turn their mic off, whatever you like, as well as to kind of chat or enter in chats if you want to get more information from any of our panelists, or if you want to exchange emails or info. If you would like to take your break now, feel free. If you want to continue to stay and chat.
There's one question, Marlon.
Hi, thank you. I enjoyed all the papers a great deal, and I have a question for Amelia. And I generally work in a period a little bit earlier than Ben, although my paper tomorrow will be about the late 17th century. But Kwesi has a prior history in England back in the court of Charles I and Henrietta Maria. And I'm wondering if that earlier history, which generated some reaction in England in the form of like anti-Platonic poems and stuff like that, if that plays in any way to what Ben is doing.
Yes, I think there was definitely the resurgence of the Neoplatonic tradition with the influence of Henrietta Maria earlier in the 17th century. So yes, I think that definitely does influence. She was influenced by other poets before her. And what's quite interesting, though, I think, well, this is my opinion, maybe sometimes you have to be careful not to place what you want an author to be doing on on what they are actually doing. But I also do feel that, so Ben wrote poetry amongst other libertine poets. She contributed to collections with during the Restoration and things like that. So there was a lot of like you say, anti-Neoplatonic sort of more libertine kind of attitudes towards towards romance, or whatever you want to call it. And what I like to think is that Ben joined in with this in a respect. So sometimes when you read her work, you might initially think, well, she was just joining in with the male tradition of writing in a libertine way, right? And in some ways it was even more shocking because it was coming from a woman. But she almost used that exaggeration sometimes to comment on it in a way. And I think what she always did was sort of included more of a woman's perspective on it, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Well, that's how I read it, but I have to be careful not to be just putting my yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying she joins in with the male kind of libertine voice in some ways and gains maybe some sort of authority that way, but then with what she does with the text you're talking about today, she valorizes a woman's voice.
Yeah, and she also, she doesn't disregard all of the Neoplatonic, because some of what people like Henrietta Maria or like what I was saying, Scuderi does in encouraging this sort of more gallant behaviour that Neoplatonic, the Neoplatonic ideals can encourage. She sort of valued that as well, and recognized the benefits of that for women.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions before we break? Okay, I think we can take a break now and we'll be back at 1:15, Nicole? Yeah, 1:15.
Yes, we'll be back at 1:15 for our second panel, which Sean is moderating. Thank you so much to these wonderful panelists. I've really enjoyed all of your papers and look forward to hopefully seeing you all at the second panel as well. Go ahead and enjoy your breaks. Hi, folks. Welcome back as we're all trickling back in. Okay. All right, Sean, it looks like everyone who is on the panel and in the session is here. I've made them all co-host, and it's 1:15. So go ahead and get started, and I'll keep admitting people as they start coming through.
Perfect. Thank you, Nicole, and welcome everyone. Good afternoon. We're gonna start our second panel on women in drama and popular print. I just want to take a moment to introduce who's going to be our panelists. I'm going to introduce all three of them right now. So first up, we're going to have Elias Fulmer, a PhD student here at University of California, Santa Barbara in the English department. Next, we're going to have Chrissy Andrea Marulli, who completed her BA in musical theater from Columbia College Chicago with a Fulbright scholarship. She did her MA in Shakespeare and Theater at the University of Birmingham. She is currently pursuing a PhD in English Literature and Comparative Cultural Studies at the University of Cyprus with a full scholarship. Her research focuses on representations of the female body in English early modern balladry. Moreover, Marulli is a professional playwright, composer, and performer. She has collaborated with many theatrical companies, including the National Theatre of Cyprus, and several of her musicals have been professionally produced in Cyprus. And rounding out our panel today is Beatrice Righetti from University of Padua. I just want to put a reminder also that if you have any questions for our panelists, please put your name in the chat. We will answer them at the end with our Q&A portion. Eli, you are up.
Thank you for the introduction, Sean, and thank you to everyone else on this panel, as well as the panel before me. In the interest of bandwidth, I'm not going to share my screen, but I'm going to drop links to the essay for those who'd like to read along, as well as a PowerPoint, which just highlights some of the quotes, which I will not be reading aloud. So this first link will be the Google Doc of the essay, second which being presentation, though neither are needed to follow along. So without further ado, I'm going to get started on this. Just as a brief introduction, this is on The Roaring Girl by Thomas Middleton and Thomas Dekker, 1611, and entitled The Form of the Hic Mulier, Body Economics in The Roaring Girl. So get straight away into it. Let's see. For the English economy, effective rituals between bodies had become mapped and commodified into the modus operandi of the marketplace since at least the 13th century in England. Working backwards from medieval sources, business historians Mark Casson and John Lee determined from that point in the Middle Ages, marketplaces provided the forms for civic rituals, dissemination of news, and political and judicial activities. Further down this timeline, the exact literature from the Elizabethan and Jacobean theaters that center on the marketplace reflects the crescendo of these socioeconomic developments. This essay particularly deals with an example from that latter period, Thomas Dekker and Thomas Middleton's The Roaring Girl, a play of increasing importance for queer early modern studies in recent years. Moll Cuppers throughout the play is referred in proximity to the pronouns he, him, and she, her, as well as pleasantries, titles, epithets, or insults that are masculine and or feminine, constant in flippancy. In order to be consistent with not assigning contemporary gender terms to Moll, I do not necessarily want to engender Moll either as a hic mulier. This track, after all, published after the register of The Roaring Girl by about 9 years. The only conclusion I draw purely from the text, not outside scholarship, would be the existence of a portability of his or her gender. The scholarship also lends to the English theatrical history as a macrocosm, with the real-life actors also implicated in these relatively new discourses on gender, performance, queerness, transness from the period. I won't read this whole quote, but as Simone Chests put concisely in her article, Queer Residue, Boys Actors, Adult Career in Early Modern England, While it can be meaningful and important to seek ancestors in the archives, we cannot know, and this essay will not prove, the larger essay, Richard Sharp, Richard Robertson, Edward Kynaston, boy actresses were or even could have been trans. This vantage point here from Chessa's stance is that it is permissible to look towards the past for representation of queer and or trans ancestors, but it may ultimately be at best misleading, at worst harmful, to impose these contemporary notions of gender identity upon these bygone folk who should not be uncovered just to serve as rhetorical tools for queer theory. A helpful ethic that Chess lends to as well from After Trans Studies by Andrea Lonchu and Emma Haskin-Drager is railing against using people like Moll as a kind of living incubator for other people's theories of gender or projection of 21st century values and metrics of gender. As a consequence of this, I resist forming a thesis on Moll's gender identity. In lieu of that, I address her presence on both sides of the play's gender binary, but am more motivated to display what the economic consequences of that are in terms of affect theory. Our protagonist, Moll Cuphurst, and his body is the play's economic and effective centrifuge, by which homosocial devotion as well as heterosexual milestones such as marriage are measured by means of exchange. Moll's body is able to engage from both ends of the play's gender binary and their respective effects. The outward presentation of what could be considered queerness in this age has been met, or had been met, with inflammatory pamphlets such as Hic Mulier, Latin for that masculine woman, a commercial tract that provides affective, albeit intensely critical, definitions of gender nonconformity in a public space. This helps to frame a body economic in the play from Black markets as well as regulated ones, meet in the form of Moll Cuphurst's body, by which the value of relationships, whether queered or not, are determined. To me, capturing her identity is not a crux of my argument, but the access that stems from the portability of her gender gives her is paramount to understanding the body economic of the play. Though ignoring contemporary queer terminology and speculation of Moll's gender is not something I will take much stake into this essay, I will be deferring to Hic Mulier in order to better analyze conceptions of gender nonconformity, used loosely, relative to this time period. In such a way, affect to affect is strewn from Moll's body. The ability to engage with the other characters of the play from this vantage point, walking on both sides, facilitates a market of exchanges that occurs around the economics of her body. She has a bold spirit that mingles with mankind, but nothing else comes near it. And oftentimes, through her apparel, someone shames her birth. Sebastian says of her to his father, after his announcement to pursue Moll. The delineation between her bold spirit, which mingles with mankind, it is the apparel that is under the attack in gender speculation. Sebastian offers, if only for a contrarian means to upset his father, presents an alternative view of the relationship between her non-corporeality and her apparel. While the invocation of shame assigns a value judgment, the bold spirit is less cut and dry. This nuance of Moll's gender is the journey here and drives the market of exchange, the form, the body economy of the roaring girl, which trades affect for affect and crosses all sorts of homosocial as well as heterosexual dynamics. The relationship between Sebastian and his father, Sir Alexander, is an economic as well as emotional relationship, if not more, that is not entirely unheard of for a parent-child dynamic even today. Sir Alexander's intervention into his son's marriage prospects, of course, is what prompts Sebastian in the first place to look for a proxy love interest. Sebastian vents to Mary that he, Sir Alexander, reckoned what gold this marriage would draw for him, at which he swore to lose so much blood could not grieve him more. This prospect of his father permitting the marriage to exist without a significant dowry would cause him to experience grief. In turn, Sebastian substantiates his own grief to the reader, which he maps out. Though wildly in the labyrinth I go, must I now sail, else I heaven can find, but both must sink forever. As Sir Alexander would bleed as he grieves, Sebastian would drown if he tries to consummate and notarize his marriage with Mary at this particular juncture with his father, as he would be disinherited. Sir Alexander needs a dowry from his potential in-laws in order for Sebastian to, later in life, experience inheritance. Using Moll as a way to feign the dreams of his father, it is a prelude to the effective and economic exchanges that take place in the course of the play. It is significant to note Moll's entrance in Act 2, Scene 1 is one of the homosocial exchanges. Entering a tobacco shop where Goshok and Laxton are currently bonding and smoking, this runs parallel with cultural mores on the continent contemporary to the primary source. Tobacco and sharing it between young men is a masculine effect across the course of the play. The Roaring Girl is an urban and English play as much as it is an early modern one, with the economic and cultural anxieties of an emergent quasi-international economy, especially with the realms of the Dutch Republic present. Before treading into economic history, the effect of Moll's decline on Goshok's offer of tobacco is not just the act of choosing to smoke, not to smoke in this instance, but her choice denies Goshok homosocial bonding with Moll. At the announcement that she cannot stay, Goshok's prithee hark, a word of faith, is scraping the barrel for homosocial bonding. If he cannot smoke with him, her, or at least have a word. Lucky for Goshok, Moll does accept his offer after sexually explicit, aside from Laxton. Yes, faith. 'Tis very good tobacco, meeting Goshok's homosocial desire on the metric of faith, the quality of the tobacco, and naturally indulging in some. While Goshok is sated with this transaction, the scene demonstrates only the beginning of Moll's switching between gender affects. But this very first one, while appearing to be superficial or trivial, expressly involves Moll's body and vitality, the first evidence of Moll being utilized as a body economic in the play. Other characters in the play may in the same breath refer to Moll only by he, him, she, her, or both. Though the use of certain pronouns does not necessitate the structure of gender, it does produce more than one effect stemming from opposite gender roles, opposite used loosely. His, her executive functions and agency, however, are perceived by others in the scene as alternating between sexual relativities and roles. Whether Moll acts as a man or woman results in different affect being undertaken. Trailing from Laxton's comment, Mrs. Gallipot remarks, some will not stick to she's a man, and some, both man and woman. A key perspective to parse can be found here in the framing of Moll's identity as not something he, she conceptualizes, but this is from the affect of some people. Moll does not give us that level of interiority, but the levels of exchange that Moll facilitates draws others to conclusions such as he, she being both man and woman. But Mrs. Gallipot also acknowledges the disbelief from some that she's not a man. All this despite the tobacco scene, which was ostentatiously and overtly homosocial in the proposed exchanges. Laxton, in response, sure to comic relief, laughs that were excellent. She might first cuckold the husband and then make him do as much for the wife. In order to cuckold the husband, though, in accordance with the cultural mores around cuckoldry, another man is necessarily a part of this equation. Thus, Moll here has not only accessibility to man's socio-sexual realm of possibility, he, she is able to supplant the effect of cuckoldry. This is one of the two effects attributed to Moll here, the other being one of successfully seducing the husband that the wife cuckolds, that he/she sleeps with. What is unclear about the second half of this sexual equation is how or what role Moll is having sex with the husband, as in by which gender, which Laxton opens the effect of cuckoldry to woman as an experience. Compulsory heterosexuality assumed. Moll sleeps with the cuckolded husband as a woman, if then the wife is also becoming cuckolded. Just as Mrs. Gallipot in the same line refers to Moll as both man and woman, in the next line, Laxton is able to construct the dualism of Moll's affect economy in one fell swoop. He, she is able to dispense the affects of both genders. Lastly, my conclusion, as I'm approaching time, Molly Firth was a real historical gender non-conforming person who, according to Middleton and Decker, had the ability to live and act from both sides of 17th century London's gender binary. It is for this reason, as a trans ancestor, I only try to parse Maul's gender as provided by the play's gendering of him, her, rather than imposing a 21st century queer theory lens on someone who had no relationship to the terms of this last century. It is unfortunate that gender nonconforming individuals throughout history have been subdued, underwritten, underrepresented, and irreversibly harmed by heteronormativity and colonialism. However, restoring the gender spectrum relative to their time, not ours, is the work scholars should aim for. In the case of the Rowan Girl, whose title is egregious in its gendering, and contemporary tracks like Hic Moliere, bodies such as or like Maul's are used as a means to an end, and for other characters as rhetorical straw woman, for reactionary pundits then and now to reinforce their own views on gender. Both of these texts exploit Maul's body for those express purposes and leave readers without access to self-perceptions or self-actualizations of these bodies as people. Maul, though exactly or relatively unharmed and relatively accepted by the society of the Rowan Girl, suffers a similar treatment as a trans and or gender nonconforming people face today. As Chu and Dreger put it best, they exist as a kind of living incubator for other people's theories of gender. Whether it is from the outlook of the homosexuality he/she experiences in spaces like the tobacco shop, or as a conduit for a heterosexual marriage, Maul's body is exploited, while the identity remains uncovered and lost to time. Speaking of time, that would be that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli. Next up, we have Chrissy Maruli. Chrissy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me just try to share my PowerPoint here. Can you see it? Thank you. Okay. Hello. Thank you for having me. My presentation is called Murky Milks, Outsourcing Breast Milk and Maternal Failure in the Early Modern Ballad, Lambkin. Now, this presentation is based on my upcoming chapter to be included in the anthology Mothers and the Caregivers They Hire by Demeter Press. I tried to make it as short as possible. Lambkin is an early modern ballad, murder ballad. Child includes 25 versions of Lambkin in his collection, the English and Scottish Popular Ballads. The basic story describes the revenge murders of a mother and her baby boy by Lambkin and the family's wet nurse. Lambkin is in most versions a mason who built the family's castle. The Lord did not pay him for his services, so he takes revenge. When the Lord and servants are absent, Lambkin breaks in through an unpinned window, or he is allowed into the castle by the wet nurse, depending on the version. They torture and kill the baby and his mother. Lambkin has drawn scholars' attention primarily because of the extremity of violence practiced upon an infant. We see the nurse pushing bolts up the baby's nose, nipping or stabbing him to the heart, pricking him with a pin, and so on. Scholars have been puzzled by the lack of a convincing motive for Lambkin's brutality. Being owed money is not analogous to the gruesomeness of the murders. Moreover, the captured noblewoman offers gold to settle the debt, but Lambkin turns her down, which shows that material reward is not his primary concern. Lambkin's reasons seem even more obscure in some versions in which there is no background information at all. Therefore, the killings appear to be entirely random. That is, until one turns their attention to the two women. Historically contextualizing Lambkin surfaces anxieties about motherhood that otherwise go unnoticed. The instrumental presence of the corrupt nurse in the crimes and the lady's passiveness are deliberate and monumental. I find that at the core of this moralizing narrative are the two women, a biological mother and a surrogate mother, both of whom fail to fulfill their prescribed roles because of each other's presence. So even though the ballad is named after Lambkin, I do not think Lambkin is the protagonist of the ballad. I argue that Lampkin addresses the issue of ideal motherhood as this was constructed and promoted by the patriarchal standards of the era. The ballad, as cautionary tale, aims to moralize audiences by demonstrating the consequences of a non-patriarchal model of motherhood. Wet nursing was a practice conduct medical and religious writers frowned upon and actively tried to abolish, while they intensely promoted maternal breastfeeding. The ideal mother for them breastfeeds her children selflessly. Non-breastfeeders were harshly criticized, being called non-mothers. Women writers such as Elizabeth Clinton and Lady Willoughby agreed with the patriarchal theories, as can be seen in their diaries. One of the reasons breastfeeding was encouraged is that a mother's milk was considered to be the most appropriate for a child. This is very important, and I will be discussing it in a little bit. Also, breastfeeding was free, and it kept women at home, which was exactly where patriarchy wanted them to be. Outsourcing breast milk enabled mothers to resume their social and sexual lives, empowering them, but generating patriarchal anxiety. The non-breastfeeder was deemed ungodly and unmotherly. She was categorized as transgressive, along with shrews, wantons, and witches. In the modern sense, she was mom-shamed. It was primarily noble women that chose not to breastfeed, and this happened for several reasons. For one, their mothers and friends discouraged it because it wasn't fashionable. Moreover, they cared about their looks. Collada wrote, quote, "Women said they did not nurse because they felt it would make them look old before their time, because their clothes would be soiled, and because their breasts would sag and be scarred." We also know that some husbands wanted to hire a wet nurse because they thought that semen corrupted breast milk. This meant that they had to abstain from sex. Furthermore, breastfeeding was contraceptive, which was inconvenient for nobles who needed to keep breeding to produce male heirs. Noble women worried that breastfeeding would be harsh on their bodies and health, which is understandable given the lack of medical expertise. Private collections and medical manuals often include therapies for breast ailments. These occurred often and were potentially deadly. Damage to the breast could be disfiguring and permanent. Actually, some women lost their nipples entirely because of breastfeeding. Under the light of breastfeeding's lingering risks, the Lampkin nurse's frustration can be somewhat understood. The wealthy lady pays to retain her well-being, while she is in danger to sustain another woman's child just because she was born poor. Elite women were often unable to lactate properly and complained that they had no milk. Lactation problems occurred because noble women hired wet nurses until their own milk came in. They also believed that colostrum was hurtful for the baby and the lochia blood corrupted the milk. So they waited a few days before they put the baby to their breast, which dramatically decreased their supply. Tight corsets did not help with their milk supply either. Mothers who did not breastfeed, they didn't have many options. Animal milk was considered unsuitable, so the only option was to hire a lactating woman. According to Fields, the wet nursing peaked around the beginning of the 16th century, when the practice transitioned from necessity to fashion. This signaled the commoditification of motherhood. Wet nurses were hired by the upper classes, not only to breastfeed, but as Davis says, quote, to perform the duties of a mother to her offspring. Noble nurslings were often sent miles away to be cared for by a wet nurse in her home and had minimal interaction with their families. Colata mentions that in some cases, parents did not even attend the funeral when a child died after a nurse's care. So the children were around 2 years old when they returned home. It is reasonable to assume that their emotional connection to their family suffered. Sometimes the wet nurse moved into the family's home and cared for the baby round the clock, such is the case in Lampkin. early modern literature wet nurses are presented to be seductive, untrustworthy, or plotting. These traits clash with the caring nature a surrogate mother should have. The epitome of nurses gone bad is the murderous wet nurse, such as the one in Lambkin, in which surfaces an unparalleled oxymoron. A mother hired to sustain life takes life away. Favorable depictions of wet nurses in contemporary literature are scarce, and the reason behind this are valid. They tie back to the enforcement of the patriarchally constructed idea of motherhood, which condemns hired help. Historical contextualization of the ballad surfaces patriarchy's attempt to depict the harmfulness of breastfeeding as a financial arrangement in order to discourage its application by real-life people. Needing to explain the absence of menstruation after childbirth, medical writers theorized that breast milk was transformed menstrual blood. Therefore, the most appropriate breast milk for a baby was thought to be his own mother's. Issues pertaining to wet nursing were possible neglect, abuse, or feeding issues. There is not enough evidence to support that wet nurses were dangerous or took advantage of their position, although there are a few reports of malnourishment, and I mentioned a couple on this slide. Fields found that the infant death rate was not notably higher amongst wet nurslings. However, writers and balladry provided horrific anecdotes about babies dying because of bad wet nursing. Writers and physicians gave detailed instructions on wet nurse selection. Finding a decent wet nurse must have been quite challenging. According to midwife Jane Sharp, their nurse should be between 18 and 40, living where there is clean, but not close to the sea, have given birth in the past 2 to 10 months to a baby that had the same sex as the nursling of her employer, and so on. She gives an all too specific characteristics list, some of which I provide on this slide. The stereotypical faults of a wet nurse were alcohol consumption and sex, which was thought to corrupt breast milk. According to Evans, while it was somewhat tolerable for breastfeeding wives to lay with their husbands, wet nurses were not allowed to be sexually active. The wet nurse should also be willing to neglect the feeding needs of her own child. At the time, they thought that the wet nursling would assimilate the nurse's traits. The effect was thought to be permanent. Actually, wet nurses were treated as scapegoats, for they were blamed for whatever went wrong with the child, whether that be a childhood illness or sudden death, but also issues that arose in adulthood. An inapt wet nurse highlights the parents' incapability to provide for their child, even though guidance on proper selection was available to them. In this respect, Lambkin's lady fails, because not only does she choose not to breastfeed, she selects a highly inappropriate wet nurse and neglects to monitor her. The lady fails as a mother on several levels. Firstly, she needs repeated prompting to run to her baby when he's being tortured. At this very moment, Lambkin and the nurse attack the child to lure the lady downstairs. The baby is being pricked and stabbed, so he must have cried very loudly. The lady, awakened from a nap in some versions, engages in a lengthy negotiation with the nurse. She finds excuses to avoid caring for her child, claiming that it is too cold or dark, all whilst the baby is screaming literally bloody murder. The nurse tells the lady that she tried suckling, entertaining, and feeding him to no effect, and repeatedly pleads with her to come downstairs. The lady yells from the top floor multiple times. "Oh, still my bairn, nurse. Oh, please, my baby, nurse." She even accuses the nurse of sleeping heavily, snoring, not doing her job. The lady fails to meet the wet nurse's expectations of basic mothering. Furthermore, The lady fails to protect the family from an unexpected intruder, even though her husband warns her of Lambkin's lurking. In some versions, the lady fails at the very basic task of securing the windows. Lastly, the lady demonstrates her maternal failure when she offers Lambkin her older daughter as sexual prize or wife to save herself. Quote, "Oh, spare me, long Lambkin, oh, spare me 1 hour. You shall have my daughter Betsy, she is a sweet flower." And, quote, "I'll give you my eldest daughter, your wedded wife to be." The lady's faults contribute to the derogation of the non-breastfeeder in perfect harmony with the corresponding socially constructed schemas. It was a common belief that the nursling inherited characteristics through breast milk. This gave rise to an inevitable class struggle. Noble wet nurslings absorbing physiognomies from a plebeian nurse posed an alarming threat to societal balance. Elite babies being transformed into low-class folk was no joke. Lambkin's wet nurse's humble origin is self-evident, but the fact that she is singing, an activity considered unfitting for noble women, brings it to the forefront. Nurses singing to babies was frowned upon by writers like Barthélemy Batt, who called these songs silly. In version Q, the ballad presents the word sings instead of says. When the nurse speaks with Lambkin, she essentially sings her answers, highlighting her lowly origins. Her unladylike singing contrasts with the references to the wealth of her employers, which I list on the slide. Most importantly, the nurse sings to accompany the baby's murder. The acts of violence that she commits whilst singing are unspeakable. Quote, "She rammed the silver bolt up the baby's nose till the blood it came trickling down the baby's fine clothes," etc. This presents her ultimate failure as a surrogate mother, for where she should be singing to soothe the baby, she sings as she is eliminating him. The nurse believes that the lady owes her just because she has resources. She states that she expected to receive more than her salary. Historically, it was customary for wet nurses to receive tips on occasion, for example, at the christening. Her bitterness is not entirely ungrounded, for she was endangering her health for the child of a woman that did not give her any bonuses, even though she could. The nurse also claims that the lady mistreated her. The lack of respect has intensified her feeling of subordination. Lambkin wanted to collect the lady's blood in a basin because he thought it was pure. There's been some speculation that Lambkin suffered from leprosy and pure blood would be a cure for leprosy, but that has not been confirmed. The nurse discourages Lambkin from collecting her lady's blood because, quote, "What better is the heart's blood of the rich than of the poor?" She also suggests that they take over her employers' lives, quote, "And you'll be lord of the castle, and I'll be lady." In version D, she says, quote, "She's none of my comrades, she's none of my kin. Ram in the knife, bold Rankin, and guard the blood wren." In several versions, Lambkin checks with the nurse before killing the lady, and it's with her permission that he does so in the end. Because of the class struggle, the wet nurse fails. The nurse's inferiority complex motivates her to destroy her employers, to punish them for living in abundance. She plots with Lambkin, lets him in, and generates the idea of killing the baby. Moreover, when Lambkin is hesitant to murder the little boy, the nurse encourages him. Quote, "That would be a pity," said Lambert Lincoln. "No pity, no pity," said the false nurse to him. There is absolutely no hesitation or regret in her actions. One might wonder where the bond of sisterhood is in this equation. I argue that the class struggle leaves no room for amicable feelings between these women. Sisterhood has been predicated upon the assumption of a universality in women's experiences, But recent scholarship challenges this idea and suggests that women of the same class and race are more likely to develop sisterhood bonds. The two women in Lambkin demonstrate two different types of maternal failure. The lady fails as a mother, and the wet nurse fails as a surrogate mother, all because of each other's presence. Their inadequacies demonstrate the prescribed motherhood standards of the era and the disapproval of wet nursing because of the inevitable issues of class that it raises. According to the gender dynamics evident in the literature of the time, I propose one circumstance under which the crime would have been prevented: intervention of male agency. Had the Lord stayed at home, had the Lord paid the mason, had the Lord returned sooner, none of this would have happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chrissy. Next up, we have Beatrice. I believe, yes.
Yeah, there we are. I'm just sharing the screen. Can you see it? Okay.
Yep.
Right. So thank you for having me here today, first of all, and thank you for the organizers. And as you can see from the title, my presentation today tackles the image of the female advocate, and it focuses on the defenses and mock trials in early modern women's pamphlet. I will first give a brief overview of the women's legal position in early modern England, and I will deal with the querelle-related ideology which shapes her legal role in court proceedings. With querelle, I mean the querelle des femmes, the medieval and early modern debate on women and the excellence of women over men. These two sections will provide a sufficient social and literary background to better grasp the fascination the image of the female litigant used to arise in contemporary satires, plays, and pamphlets, which are our main focus today. As a preliminary study, the analysis in section 3 deals with more than 15 keywords selected through qualitative reading and investigates their presence in early modern querelle-related pamphlet by women writers. This overview allows focusing on the rhetoric image of the mock trial, which will be analyzed in 3 pamphlets in particular. The last section is devoted to future developments the study may lead to. So despite popular opinion, early modern women were quite used to participating in legal actions, and during the reigns of Elizabeth I and James I, civil litigation rose to unprecedented levels. As Gowen explains, in the 1570s, women were already suing about half of all sex marriage cases, and over the next 50 years, their patronage rose as high as 80%. By the 1630s, 3/4 of the consistory court's sex marriage litigation was brought by women. Such an increase in women participation in legal actions concerns all of the main courts in early modern England, so Chancery, Request, the Queen's Bench, and the Common Pleas. Usually women were heavily involved in litigation concerned with defamation of character, namely those suits which could damage one's reputation and thus family and social standing. Gowen has found that in the period between 1572 and 1640, women brought between 70 and 75% of the defamation suits entered in London's consistory court, and almost 85% of suits from urban parishes. So women's attention to litigation concerned with defamation of character may be motivated by the persistence of an ideology structured around sex and morals, which considered female modesty and thus female reputation as women's greatest quality and cipher of their respectability and reliability. In this light, women who actively participated in legal litigations were considered immodest, given the public nature of such legal actions, which were to be performed before an audience of mostly male lawyers, judges, and witnesses, and which were written down by scribes. So legal writers' opinions of women's participation at court was often oppositional and complementary. Sir Thomas Smith in the Commonwealth of England advised women to keep home and to nourish their family and children, and not to meddle with matters abroad, not to bear office in a city or Commonwealth, comparing them to children and infants. Contrariwise, the law's resolution of women's rights in 1632 defines as pity and impiety to hold from women such customs, laws, and statutes as are in manner proper or principally belonging unto them. Similar arguments can be found in Querelle-related text. So as Smith, Richard Braithwaite wrote in his The English Gentlewoman in 1631, the public meetings may jeopardize and expose women's honor. Likewise, some passages of the law's resolution of women's rights seem to echo well-known misogynist claims to be found in Querelle-related pamphlets as Swetnam's The Raiment of Lewd either for and inconstant women in 1617, sorry. So here we have the same episode, which is Moses' description of the creation of women. And in the law's resolution, this is handled in positive terms. So in the second chapter, Moses declareth and expresses the creation of women, which word in good sense signifieth not the woo of man as some affirm, but with man. And so she was ordained to be with man as a help and a companion. The same episode is to be found in Swetnam, who deals with it in rather negative terms. Quote, Moses describeth a woman thus, at the first beginning, saith he, a woman was made to be a helper unto man, for she helpeth to spend and consume that which man painfully getteth. She quickly procure men's full, and therefore the since they are and have been a woo unto men. The echoes between legal and related discourses led me to look for legal terminology in a specific early modern corpus of literary works, namely women writers' pamphlet related to the querelle des femmes. So besides keywords related to legal discourse, the present analysis also underlines the use of mock trials as a rhetorical tool to assert women's superiority over their male accusers. Less popular than single legal keywords, the adoption of the mock trial image by early modern women writers may testify for the growing awareness of their rhetoric ability and disputational skills, which still could not be shown in public environments such as the courts. These are the 8 women writers who explicitly entered the querelle. Their literary productions covers the period ranging from 1589 to 1686. Although some of their identities, such as Constantia Munda's, are still debated, they're usually considered the first female voices to openly refer to the debate on women. Among these, Spettenfeld will not be considered. The former, due to the religious nature of her writing, so she uses legal terminology, but she always refers it to God and the episode of the fall, while the latter is excluded from the present analysis given the sheer lack of legal keywords in her pamphlet. As it is apparent from these figures, Sowenham and Tatterwell are the writers who most use legal terminology. They are followed by Anger and Munda, while Makin and Egerton, who lends us the title of this presentation, seldom make use of such a lexicon. So the following slides aim to offer a handful of quotations in order to better grasp the legal nuances hidden in this querelle-related pamphlet. The keywords here are all listed. There are verbs, nouns, it really depends on the context. They can be very general, such as defend, accuse, charge, or quite specific as surfeit, slender, in this context, plaintiff, trial, or bar. So here we have some, some examples. As for defend, legal keywords such as this are often coupled with others from the same legal discourse. So for instance, Anger uses defense as defendants and defenders, together with complainants, plaintiffs. Tatterwell as well uses it with accusers, with faulty, and they are pretty much in a legal context. The same can be said for the keyword judge, which is often placed within a legal context. Anger here offers an exception rule. She openly refers to herself as a potential judge when narrating the life of Ninus. Here in the red balloon, then foolish Ninus had but do if I, his judge, might be. Here we have quotations from Sowenham and Munda, who personify judges as personify virtues. So to Sowenham, judges are reason and experience, while to Munda, a judge could be Swetnam's conscience, which had proved the literary male opponent guilty. In the case of trial, I chose to consider also the keyword bar. Here we are, which often couples either the faults of the accuser. So Swetnam was accused of slandering the female sex. So in Sowenham's pamphlet, Fame and Report appear at his trial. Or Barr could also identify the means which will help the defender to prove the opponent guilty. This is the case with Munda, where the bar is the bar of conscience, which should get Swetnam to admit his faults. Also, the presence of this keyword, trial, elicits questions on literary trials and how they are handled in this pamphlet. Women writers deal with the image of the mock trial in a number of ways. So some of them, as Munda hint to it in a few passages, by referring to the female reader and female readers and writer herself as a judging community that has the power to cancel, and I'm quoting, Swetnam's accusations, traverse your bills, and come upon you for false indictment. In such instances, women play the judges and Swetnam's conscience, both the place and the executor of his trial, which would eventually find him guilty of slander and blasphemy against women as a work of God. In Tatawell's pamphlet, which is later than Munda's, the mock trial is given more space. Here we see that her invitation to the reader's judges is lengthier and more accurate than Munda's. She entreats the readers to become competent judges, to censor indifferently betwixt the accuser and the accused. And therefore, she goes on, gentle reader, believe not every smooth tale that is told. Never give too much credit to the plaintiff before you hear the defendant apology for himself. However, the gender of such a jury seems to shift. While in Munda it is female, here it seems to be male. And I quote, now if this be not a competent jury, not to be accepted at and a legal trial, no way to be revoked, we appeal unto you, men, our greatest adversaries and most violent abaters of our injuries, and it is implicit to judge our male opponent. So unlike Munda, who plays the defender of the female sex in front of an all-female jury, Tatawell faces a harder task, as she ideally presents herself and her opinions and her reputation as such to male judges as well. The most complete mock trial can be found in Sowenham's work. Here are 2 chapters, there we are, wholly devoted to the arraignment of Swetnam, chapter 6, and the reading of his indictment, chapter 7. First, the accused party, Swetnam, is presented with his judges, so his reason and experience, jury, his 5 senses and 7 scenes, and a witness, his conscience. Then Sowenham, the accuser, reads Swetnam's indictment and lists his fault and slander arguments against women, which Sowenham eventually rebuts and proves wrong. The length and accuracy of her mock trial, however, seems a unicum in his genre, as it is not preceded and it will not be adopted by her early modern colleagues. Thus, this preliminary analysis not only arises further questions on the image of the mock trial in early modern women's defenses of their sex, but also sheds light on other issues which may require further investigation. It would be my pleasure to have the chance to reverse the terms of the present inquiry and study the role of querelle-related images and forms of argumentation in legal discourses. Likewise, I would also be interested in considering the role of silence as an indicator of innocence or guilt, and other rhetorical strategies related to stereotypical female modesty in both court proceedings and querelle-related works. Lastly, I believe it could also be helpful to reconsider the figure of the shrew and compare its literary popularity with its social, historical, and legal existence. So thank you for your attention, and eventually I will leave you here some bibliographic references if you like.
Thank you to all our presenters. Thank you, Beatrice, for that. I'm going to open the floor to questions. As a reminder, feel free to put your name in the chat if you have a question to ask, and I will call on you from there. Olivia.
Hi, I had a question for Chrissy. Do you have any plans for future research?
Yes, of course, I'm a PhD candidate, so I'm currently researching womanhood in early modern balladry extensively. I focus on virginity, marriage, giving birth, lactation, sisterhood, and a bunch of other stuff. Anything specific you want to ask me?
Well, I was just like particularly wondering about the ballad that you're referring to, the Long Lincoln. I'm not sure if you're familiar. There's a show called The Shivering Truth. It's on HBO Max if you would want to watch it. But every episode ends with like a cover of that ballad, and it's like a surrealist Black comedy show. So it's like a really interesting juxtaposition. But I was just going to suggest, like, if you were going to continue doing research on that ballad, that might be of interest to you.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Actually, we don't have that show. I live in Cyprus. It's a small Mediterranean island, so we don't get that channel that you mentioned. So I had no idea about it. So thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Oh yeah. There might be like research on it already. I haven't looked into it. But yeah.
Thank you for that question. Simone.
Thank you all for those great papers. It was really a fun panel. I have a question for you, Eli, and I hope it's a fair question. First of all, I'm sure you've already looked at this, but I think you're so much in conversation with Marjorie Rubright, both in her piece for the Early Modern Trans Studies special issue that you were looking at my piece in, and also in her book about the Dutch. Just both of you are thinking so interestingly about markets and gender together. So I hope you'll keep thinking with her. I have a question, and this is like a big question that is in my paper too. I really liked your engagement with ethics in your paper, but I feel like you take a pretty strong stance, right? Where you say it's really ethically misleading and potentially harmful to project genders or our gender ideologies back on pre-modern figures. And I see what you're saying, especially using the Chu quote. But I guess I wonder if you have anything to say about the potential gains, the potential, like there's the harms, but also the benefits of projecting backwards ever. In other words, what in your opinion are the risks of anachronism or ahistoricism or presentism when we cross identify? And I know there's not like a simple answer, but I'm just curious to hear what you think.
Sure. I mean, it's something I think about every day, as it were. I mean, also too, like for a bit of context, the Roaring Girl is kind of just outside what I focus on. I more so on like 13th, 14th century conceptions of gender and sexuality. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny there's absolutely benefits to like anachronism and looking back, right, and projecting like our conceptions of gender sexuality onto the past. I've noticed, conversely, I guess in my own dogmatism about not trying to take a stance, I've seen conversely people like being dogmatic and like, no, this person is just hardline, just this, was this, and yet this person is freshly dead of 500, 600, 700, 800 years. But being able to look and identify with, queer and trans ancestors, it's hard not to see contemporary allusions from today. I guess my pushback is more so just like against instilling our identities as this fixed point of, oh, well, this is the metric, you know. But it's impossible, I think, to be 100%, how do I put it? I think it would be a hard task to do. And even in my paper, right, I mean, I refer to Mall in some ways as gender nonconforming. Of course, that is a term of maybe the last, 50, 60, 70 years. But it was when I tried to dilute the gendering as much as I could, that's just the simplest way I was able to like conduct a way to say anything meaningful about it. So yeah, I mean, I don't want people to like, oh no, you can't do that. It's not so much that as like just balancing between, okay, we observe this from gender of the past. We also observe this of gender today, but not all of these comparisons will be congruent. Of course, Leah Devon just wrote a great book on this, Shape of Sex, of course. Also too, for anyone interested, I was just sharing it with some of my lovely peers. I'll drop a YouTube link to a video essay recently done on the recent Green Knight movie, right, and queerness, which kind of puts my stance, like words out of my mouth, into how I feel about queerness and medieval, early modern period. So I will fetch that link, drop it in the chat, and I will end my answer here.
Thanks for that.
Of course.
Wonderful. Next up, Jim.
First, thanks to all three of you for wonderful papers. These were really rich and fascinating. I have a question of two very different questions, one for Beatrice and one for Eli. For Beatrice, I was wondering about rhetoric. Lorna Hudson has sort of shown us the ways in which rhetoric and rhetorical theory in the period sort of animated legal discourse in these interesting ways around things like circumstance and forensic evidence. And I was wondering if, because these two realms overlap to such an extent, there was a way in which some of what might be happening here is a kind of seizing on and weaponizing sort of useful rhetorical tools for the purposes of these of the text you pointed us to. So I'll pause there, and then my question for you guys is very different, and you guys and you feel free to answer in whatever order you prefer. Eli, I noticed in your paper that there were the formulation of certain sentences over the course of the paper, which is a consistent if-then mode, and this would seem necessary in part in relation to how you were navigating Mal's gender and it's the kind of hypothetical quality it has in the play, right? And I wondered about the nature of gender nonconformity here, and whether it has something to do with a kind of suspension of identity. And here I'm talking about, the character as opposed to the historical figure. The suspension of identity as a decided thing, right? Which speaks to what you were saying in your paper to Simone's question and how you answered it. This suspension of, deciding. And your idea that we should suspend those kinds of decisions in relation to historical others. Now, in Mal's case, in the character in the play, that again, I want to, the character seems to exist as a kind of, potentiality or futurity for other characters, right? These other characters, and that lends a kind of dread and fascination to the character, but also gives the character a certain power, right? That there is this kind of suspension and therefore potentiality that sort of, and I wondered about that as a kind of, I don't know, in terms of thinking about this ethical question that has come up, whether there is a way to create space for discussion across time where we suspend and play with and, refuse to decide for a while. In any case, those are my questions.
Do you want to go ahead, Patrice?
No, please go ahead.
Okay.
No problem.
Oh, sure. I mean, to just also feel free to stop me if I'm not addressing some of these points, Jim. But yeah, I mean, in sum, is there a way in suspension of identity we can create like a more ethical space to discuss characters' genders, not the historical figures, but like the play's characters themselves.
Yeah, and in particular, it struck me as you were talking that Maul is this figure who, offers us this kind of a particular, again, the character offers us this mode where everyone reacts to this character in these ways that suggest a kind of suspended identity. I thought it might be a useful thing. I don't know. It was, just riffing off of, fascinating things you were saying.
Well, I mean, I don't think the play does, how do I put it? I don't think the play necessarily does a very, good job of providing like a space to, discuss Maul's gender. Given in that I saw very little interiority, like we get from Maul, right? In the full length version of this paper, as you may remember, I was talking about this idea as well as Maul as this kind of centrifuge, both economic and effective, right? Being that it's an early modern play and the stuff like the Industrial Revolution, which is kind of more finely and acutely defined exploitation, I think there's elements of that in the play in the same way that my pushback against people using queer and or trans people of the past, heavy quotes there, just simply as definitions. In the same way, the play uses Maul, right? In a similar kind of centrifuge of, oh, this is the reference to like Maul being a man, being a woman, being neither, right? So I guess my idea of a space that would be constructive about discussing early modern characters, genders. I'm not talking about historical people, just kind of in the instance of like the fictionalized Maul Cuppers. It would be just get rid of that exploitation factor, like which would mean just more or less allowing them to speak and taking agency in their gender expression, identity, which the play, as far as I can remember, in my recent read-throughs of it, just doesn't give Maul that space. It's all up to this kind of speculation of ongoers and people interested in her or feigning interest. Here we go, right? In him, her. So yeah, that would be kind of my shorthand vision, is allowing Maul to speak for himself, herself.
So thank you for your interesting question. And I agree. I mean, this is a way of sizing powerful rhetorical discourses, and there's a huge number of books showing how women were trying to enter male discursive fields. To do so, they needed to find a voice of their own, and they usually did so by appropriating male narratives. They did so with the legal discourse. They did so also with querelle narratives, which were mainly male. Then with Christine de Pizan started to become a little bit more female, but it took time for women to master these narrations. And it also happened with paradoxes, with paradoxical discourse. My PhD dissertation is on querelle de femme and paradoxes in Shakespeare's shrews. So before getting to Shakespeare, I actually I analyzed also these pamphlets, and it is quite clear how paradoxical writing, which was a very male rhetorical tool, very complicated and very elitarian in some ways, also entered women writing, exactly because by doing so, women could prove they were good enough. They could master any discourse that men used to use in their writings. So of course it is yes, how can I say that like a show of power, a way to demonstrate one's worth in literature and in real life, actually.
Thank you both.
Wonderful. Simone, I see you have another question for Chrissy. Feel free to go.
Okay, unless someone else wants to jump in the chat. Chrissy, I think one of my favorite parts of your talk was when you sort of expressed surprise that the two female characters don't have like this feminist solidarity moment where they're just like at each other's throat the whole time. And it made me wonder if you're thinking about the ways that gender is like the least connective thing about them, or whether you're thinking that the ballad sort of demonstrates that gender is so much less a core category of identity in the sort of economy of the ballad than maybe class or kinship or something else. And I wonder if, given that your larger work is about women, if you could talk about how this ballad sort of cares less about femininity than it does about those other categorizations.
Well, I would say the fact that they're both female actually heightens the fact that their class is different. Because if there were male and female of different class, then that wouldn't be as intense, whereas two women having a different social standing, it's much more intense. They're both mothers, they're both expected to breastfeed. One of them has the luxury not to, the other one sells her milk. So I actually think having the same gender intensifies the lack of sisterhood because of the class struggle.
Right, and that intimacy that they have to have, even though they don't want to. That's helpful, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Wonderful. If I may, Chrissy, I actually had a question sort of related to this class issue and the question of singing. You bring up at a certain point that the lower class woman in there is identified by her singing. Do you have anything to say about that in relation to the ballads as both a print and sort of oral culture?
Yes, sure. So singing was associated generally with the lower classes. If you think about Shakespeare, there are no well-respected men sing, like Othello is not going to sing, Hamlet is not going to sing. You're going to see lower class sing, like Iago sings, the clowns sing, and where we see women singing, for example, Desdemona in the boudoir scene in Othello, she's singing where no one can hear her but Emilia. So she wouldn't do that in public. That's a huge thing in early modern history, because I studied music in early modern times in my master's. So I wrote a dissertation actually on vocal songs in Shakespeare. Vocal singing is not associated with the upper classes. So it's not a coincidence that ballads are the folks' way of being heard nowadays, because ballads were the folks' thing. Even though nobles could have enjoyed them in private, some of them wrote ballads secretly, but they didn't sing them. It wasn't a well-respected thing to do. So when we see the nurse singing, it actually, if you know the history, if you contextualize it, you understand that that marks middle or low class. It's a kind of work song that's associated with middle and low classes. I think this actually makes a very strong contrast with descriptions of the riches of her employers, gold rings and silver basins and stuff like that. One of the ways we see her social standing, the wet nurse's social standing, is her singing. Does that cover you?
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Thank you. Next up, Nicole.
Hi, Chrissy. Thank you for that. And it's really interesting what you're talking about with singing in class. I've done some convent studies, and it's the opposite, where the sort of upper class women in the upper echelons of the convent are the better singers, whereas sort of the lower class lay people are different. So I think that kind of secular religious female sort of society difference is interesting, that inversion. But I had a general question. I apologize if I missed this, but you listed Jane Sharp's descriptions of these ideal wet nurses and kind of what those bullet points were. And one of them was that ideally she, I guess because I live in Santa Barbara, she's not supposed to come from anywhere near the sea. And I was just curious what the concern was it the salt air in milk, or kind of what the anxiety was about that?
Well, specifically, I remember reading something about the clean air. So they thought that the air was cleaner in wooded areas and not close to the sea. So city people strove to send their children somewhere where the air was clean because that was better for the overall well-being and for the milk.
Interesting, thank you.
Yeah.
We have about 5 minutes more for questions before we take our break. Feel free to put them in the chat. In the meantime, I actually had a question also for Beatrice. Thinking about the judgesses, the sort of gendered judges of reason and experience, I was wondering if there is, if those are sort of strange figures. I mean, you talk about other representations, right? And thinking about the sort of gendering of judgesses in these pamphlets.
Well, some of these figures are gendered, not explicitly. In Soenam's case, I think she then mentions that experience and reason are female, and so Svetnam complains because, of course, his audience is that of female figures, so he will be charged as guilty. And so Soenam gives him like some sort of space to explain himself, but of course then she proves him wrong. But they are not explicitly mentioned. I don't know, they're not referred to with female pronouns. They are not described as allegories, as female allegories. These are just very subtle hints at their gender.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions for our panelists? If not, I'm going to pass this over to Nicole. What do you think?
I think, yeah, I mean, we can absolutely break early. Again, folks are welcome to hang out here or send things further through the chat if you have some more info you think would be helpful for someone. Thank you once again for all the wonderful panels we've seen. And we will come back at 3 o'clock for Simone's I'm sure, very wonderful keynote presentation. So yeah, I will see you all soon and enjoy your break.
know and those I don't know. Okay, Sean, Andrew.
Welcome back, and those that are just joining us, welcome in general. Okay. And then Bernadette, it's your call whenever you want to get started. It's 3 o'clock now. You can kind of leave a buffer minute if you like, or you can go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and start the recording.
Okay.
So
Did you have any announcements for us, Nicole, or did you already?
not for the moment. I went over a number of things like we've been doing with our panels thus far. We'll have a 30-minute Q&A after the keynote. And then I'll say some words just about the conference continuing tomorrow, and we'll head out. So thank you.
Okay. So would you like me to begin?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I do want to start off by thanking Nicole and also thanking Patty Fumerton, and she's in our thoughts and in our heart right now. They were both and still are the driving force behind this EMC conference this year. And I know other people here who are in the room and who are not in the room have been involved in the organization. So I want to thank Nicole, Patty, and thank everyone else who's involved in organizing this wonderful conference on voicing women across media, 1500 to 1800. And I am delighted to be able to introduce Simone Chess. I've had the opportunity to introduce her in the past when she's given past plenaries, so I'm very happy to do so again. And she is our first keynote speaker for this conference, and there will be another keynote speaker tomorrow, so stay tuned. Simone is an associate professor in the Department of English at Wayne State University in still cold and snowy, I think, Detroit, where she is also the director of Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies. Her research focuses on early modern British literature and culture, with attention to the intersection of queer and trans studies, gender and sexuality studies, and disability studies. In addition to her array of articles and chapters in collections in all of these areas, she is the author of a very important book, Male to Female Cross-Dressing in Early Modern English Literature, Gender, Performance, and Queer Relations. And she is also the co-editor with Will Fisher and Colby Gordon of a groundbreaking special issue on early modern trans studies for the Journal of Early Modern Cultural Studies. She is currently completing, and I'm just so happy to hear about this forthcoming book on Shakespeare and trans culture, and it will appear in the Routledge Press series Spotlight on Shakespeare. And she is also at the same time working on another book project about early modern disability, queerness, and technologies of sex. Her presentation for today is titled The Warrior Women Project, Trans Ballads and Intergenerational Queer Studies. So again, I'm eager for the book and I'm eager to hear the talk. And I invite you all to join me in giving a warm welcome to Simone Chess.
Thanks so much, Bernadette, for that introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Can you let me know if you can see this and also if you can hear me? As I was saying before, I'm traveling, and so I'm not at my usual Zoom setup. Is my voice clear to everyone? Okay, great. So thank you for the introduction, and thanks, Nicole, for organizing this and the entire EMC team for this invitation. The EMC conference is truly the perfect place for me to share today's talk about ballads, digital humanities, collaborative and intergenerational scholarship, and the broad theme of voicing women with all the complex possibilities for queer and trans inquiry implied by those quotation marks around women, because this is the first academic conference I ever attended. It's the first one I ever co-organized, and the work that I'm sharing today would not have been possible without the introductions I had at UCSB to ballads, websites about ballads, and doing collaborative scholarly work across differences of method, interpretation, and identity. I'm very sorry that Patty Fumerton can't be here today since she has a starring role in this talk and this work, but I'm very glad to see familiar faces and new faces and to be part of this excellent and polyvocal conference conversation. As the title of my talk suggests, I'll approach the theme of voicing, quote, women across media in three parts, slightly out of the stated order. I'll start with the story of the Warrior Women Project, a digital resource that I built with a group of Wayne State University graduate students in 2019 and 2020, and then discuss in rather personal and interpersonal terms the ways that this project became for me about both transtemporal queer identification and intergenerational feminist and queer scholarship. And finally, I'll conclude with some of my own work on trans pregnancy as a possibility in the Warrior Women Ballads, as an example of thinking that was enabled by both the Warrior Women Project and the evolving legacy of queer and feminist work that underpins it. In discussing the Warrior Women Ballads, I want to ask, who's responsible for documenting the voices in these ballads? Whose voices influence and mediate our reception of them? And what kinds of voices, what kinds of experiences, identities, and ideas are contained in this archive in the first place? So, part one, the Warrior Women Project. In 2018, almost a decade after I completed my dissertation at UCSB, my graduate school advisor, Patty Fumerton, contacted me about creating a project team affiliated with the UCSB Early English Broadside Ballad Archive. The project team would be at Wayne State University, where I work. EBBA was in a new funding cycle, and Patty and her team were exploring ways to expand the project's scope. While I was willing to sign on, I wondered what kind of project would make sense for me and whatever team I might assemble. And then Patty sent me a gigantic PDF, which contained the scanned entirety of the scholar Diane Dugow's catalog of the ballads she had collected under the category she coined as Warrior Women for her dissertation research in the late 1970s. The catalog was 721 dissertation appendix pages, typed, and I mean typed on a typewriter, in 1983, never previously circulated or published. Maybe you could do something with these, Patty asked, and that was the beginning of the Warrior Women Project. The project primarily focuses on Dugow's Appendix A, which is comprised of 113 broadside ballads printed in English between around 1650 and 1850. The ballads are set in England, Ireland, America, and in colonial and military sites all over the world. They represent a diversity of political and social perspectives and a wide range of attitudes about sex, gender roles, love, and romance. But what they all have in common is that in all 113 ballads, a character who was assigned female at birth seriously considers or actually undertakes dressing as a male soldier or sailor. These are the figures that Dugow named the Warrior Women. In fall 2019, I decided to dedicate a graduate seminar to figuring out what to do with the Dugow catalog. We did reading and research about digital humanities projects, considered the ethical and rhetorical work of cataloging and categorization, and weighed our priorities for user experience on any site we might build. We interviewed EBBA's then project manager, Christy McCants-Forbes, about the EBBA database and interface, and brainstormed with her about how whatever we made might somehow supplement their your bigger, and more sophisticated resource. We met with data librarians about the various platforms available to us and which might work best. We visited Wayne State's printing press and typeset and printed our own ballad on a Vandercook 325 press. We discovered a secret weapon in our team project manager, Kelly Plant, a graduate student who had technical and database experience from her pre-graduate school military logistics career. We met with Professor Dugow herself, who regaled us with stories from her process of collecting the ballads over a several months library road trip in her pickup truck, and there'll be more on that later. We read the book that emerged from Dugau's dissertation, Warrior Women and Popular Balladry, 1650 to 1850, which had been published by Cambridge University Press in 1989 and reprinted by Chicago University Press in 1996, and other scholarship about this category of ballads. Most importantly, we read all 113 ballads from start to finish in the catalog order and began brainstorming about the themes, categories, and frameworks that we wanted to use to organize the resource we planned to build. The more we worked on it, the more we realized that as much as this was a project about the ballads, it was fundamentally about the catalog. Where Dugau had needed to hand transcribe or type on a typewriter in the archives to document the ballads that she found on her road trip, by 2019, almost all of the ballads had variously been digitized or transcribed on other digital archives like EBBA, the Bodleian Broadside Ballads Online, EBO, ECHO, even the Library of Congress. And that ended up being one of the things we ultimately tracked on our project database, where else the ballads lived online. But there was no way to tell from any of those archives that the ballad you were viewing was part of this tradition. Nowhere else that they were all grouped together where you could read them in conversation with one another, where the trends and themes across ballads of this type could become clear through the sheer mass of them all together in one place. So we set out to digitally archive Dugau's catalog, to preserve it as a historical document in its own right, and then to build on and around the catalog with our project. In the end, we worked with a user-friendly WordPress platform supplemented with an elaborate Excel database, which is also archived and available to users of the site. Oh shoot, I was gonna share a link to the site before and now I've lost the chat. I'll stick it here for anyone who wants to look at that while we're talking. Dugau's catalog is also digitally available with a new introduction that she wrote in 2017. We additionally provide OCR readable transcriptions of the ballads as they are presented in the catalog and links to other online archiving of each ballad and lists of resources and bibliographies. Building a critical apparatus around the catalog, we developed and shared resources for teaching warrior women ballads and our own background and critical scholarship essays related to the ballads and the project. There's a link to Dugau's Spotify recordings of the ballads, and most importantly, there are new systems to search, sort, and read the 113 ballads from the catalog. Dugau, who was trained as a musicologist and folklorist and strongly influenced by structuralism and morphology, had organized the ballads according to formal and structural categories like discourse ballads, which included dialogue debates and statements of intention, followed by discourse narrative ballads and narrative ballads. This approach was apparently one of the more controversial aspects of her project, even at the time of the publication of the first edition of the book, that is closer to structuralism, with some reviewers attacking the structuralist framework as an approach that, according to one reader, quote, insists on the coherence of the model at the expense of texts that seem to differ from it. Another reviewer praised the book's success only despite this methodological flaw, writing, quote, even though she is attracted to Proppian analysis and though chapter 4 is filled with diagrams of the underlying structures of female warrior ballads, Dugau's structuralist tendencies seem not to have prevented her from pursuing a truly cultural and historical mode of analysis. Despite this criticism, Dugau strongly felt, and I think from speaking with her still feels, that a structural model was the key to her catalog and her research on warrior women, in that the ballad structures allow us, she thinks, to see the processive similarities in this large and diverse body of ballads and to group ballads systemically according to their emphases. Until there emerged a single, what she saw as a single cognitive system holding the varied individual voices together. That said, I admit that her logics did not intuitively resonate with me or my students. Our Warrior Women project chose a both-and approach to Dugau's systems of categorization, working to understand them as best we could with a crash course in Proppian structural units, while also brainstorming together additional ways to sort and categorize the ballads more informed by our own influences from New Historicism, cultural studies, and the post-structuralist emergences of intersexual feminist, queer, and trans studies. our first tier of categories, I'm on a small laptop, was not so far removed from some of Dugau's. We tracked basic narrative elements in a series of true-false questions for our database, like, does cross-dressing actually happen in this ballad? Surprisingly often, it's considered or imagined, but never actually performed. Is the ballad sung by a narrator or an outside observer? Is a specific audience targeted? Does marriage happen at the end of the ballad, or death? Do the parents approve? Does the soldier or sailor love interest approve or attempt to disrupt the cross-dressing plan? But we also had questions that, while present in the margins of Dugau's work, had previously not been explicit in the catalog. Is class and/or racialized language present in the ballad? Where in the expanding British Empire does the warrior woman travel? Are sex acts described or implied? One student, Sarah Chapman, did great work thinking about the ways the ballads talk about whiteness and associate cross-dressing with blackface. Another worked on prosthetic gender, another on military propaganda. And we further developed a set of keywords that stood out to us from our explorations in the catalog. Does this ballad mention fainting? How many ballads discuss the warrior women's hands or fingers or waists, or for that matter, their pants? Our categories and keywords are less an effort to capture a single cohesive system that unifies the ballads, as Dugau had work to do, but instead to make transparent the outcomes of our own reading and thinking and talking through the ballads. Our keywords aren't meant to be comprehensive so much as invitational. Here's what we were wondering about. Here's what we saw. In some cases, as with our attention to the racism and racialized languages of the ballads, these categories could feel or even function like a corrective to the original catalog. But because we read Dugau's catalog as a time capsule of her thinking at a particular moment in scholarship and in her career, we were emboldened to build a resource aware of and unapologetic about its own specificity and limitations. We saw ourselves as the current, but not the original and not the final, caretakers of this document, of this data, of these ballads and their voices and their stories. Which brings me to part 2, intergenerational queer scholarship. Of all the many unexpected outcomes of the Warrior Women Project, for me, the most surprising one was how much it had me thinking about time, temporality, historicity and ahistoricity, presentism and historical specificity, generationality, and queer kinship. First, there were the ballads themselves, the undefined queerness of their protagonists and the reasons that they spoke to so many performers and scholars, especially queer performers and scholars in the first place. And then layered on top of that was Dugau's catalog, compiled as a dissertation appendix and cited in her dissertation and scholarship, but otherwise sitting in a drawer from 1983 to 2016 when she scanned it and sent it to Patty. And then Diane Dugau herself with her pickup truck and typewriter in 1979 and writing her book in 1989, and then a new introduction for it in a 1996 reprint, and then another new introduction for us and our site in 2017. And then on top of all of those, myself and my graduate students reading it all and building a place to share it and also teaching it to even more students, undergraduates in a class after that, and on and on. It made me think, and it made me want to share that the quote, women's voices that I hear when I engage with these 113 ballads are not just those of the characters or the ballad authors, but also of the scholars, many of us women, many of us queer, who interpret them with the tools and modalities available to us at any given time and in response to or resistance to the interpretations before ours. These overlapping transtemporal identifications or recognitions are part of what Elizabeth Freeman terms temporal drag, which calls upon us to, quote, complicate the idea of horizontal political generations succeeding one another with thoughts less in the psychic time of the individual than in the movement time of collective political life. In contrast to straight time, where successive generations and historical moments productively succeed one another, Freeman imagines the possibility of, quote, some bodies that might register, quote, on their very surfaces, the co-presence of several historically specific events, movements, and collective pleasures. These bodies, these figures, according to Freeman, might be the key to undoing a scholarly tradition of Oedipal secession in which each generation disavows and rejects the work of the one before it in favor of something better and new. Instead, following Freeman, Figures like the warriors in the warrior women ballads, who keep drawing the energy, attention, and even identification of generations of scholars, can function as disruptors to temporal scholarly formulations and be a site of temporal transitivity that grows and changes by layering historical specificities and anachronistic approaches into something informed by, but outside of, lineage. To quote Freeman again, quote, "If identity is always in temporal drag, constituted and haunted by the failed love project that precedes it, perhaps the shared culture-making projects that we call movements might do well to feel the tug backwards as a potentially transformative part of movement itself." Academic life, citational work, our own CVs are all strewn with failed love projects like these, ideas that didn't age well or no longer tell the fullest story. The narrative of academic scholarly sequential progress is so strong, even and especially in feminist and queer studies with our waves and our ever-evolving current terminologies. But in reality, that tidy narrative of constant replacement and cancellation is almost always undercut by messier temporalities. The intersectional feminist work of women of color was happening well before the defined start of any kind of third wave. Queer and trans identities existed and found ways to articulate themselves well before we theorized them. And individual scholars' work, even on the same topic or examining the same corpus of texts, maybe the same 113 warrior women ballads, is less synchronic, set in a single moment of time or at any one publication, than diachronic, evolving and changing over the course of a career. When I asked my graduate students whether and when they felt that their work on the Warrior Women Project had felt intergenerational, Erica Carbonara responded, "I think that I first recognized our work as intergenerational when we read the two different introductions to Dugau's text. It was shocking to see just how much Dugau's own position had changed in regard to her own work, and this made explicit just how different our approaches may be to the work depending on our own place generationally." In class, we noticed that with each new introduction in 1989, 1996, and 2017, Dugau's framing of the warrior women ballads got just a little more boldly queer, moving, I think, alongside the field from something we might call queer or feminist recovery work to a more overtly feminist approach with clear influences from gay and lesbian studies to a queerer and more trans-inclusive formulation. In the 1989 prologue, she reads the warrior women in terms of, quote, the experience of women in the world of male-dominated roles and power, where the ballad's protagonists question the immutability of the quote, rules of the heterosexual male-dominated social order, but then ultimately concede to it. In the 1996 reprint preface, she frames things more in terms of gender and sexuality studies, describing the warrior women as, quote, a confounding ideal of womanly behavior in manly guise who defies simple-minded explanations of human sexuality and gender. Influenced by Judith Butler's Gender Trouble, which came out in 1990, she writes that, quote, the ballads underscore the extent to which gender and sexuality might be, and indeed have been, viewed as a performance, understood as a role, an enactment, rather than a personal identity. Influenced by Leslie Feinberg's Stone Butch Blues, which had come out in 1993, Dugau begins to somewhat dubiously consider trans implications, writing, quote, the ballads present an ideal of transgendering the hermaphroditic, gender-confounding heroine who passes as a man with an ease and applause that might seem surprising to us who live in a world where such behavior is deemed at best unlikely or odd, at worst threatening or depraved in its unnaturalness. In the 2017 introduction to the catalog published on our site, she writes, quote, the social forms, limitations, and practices related to gender and sexuality have altered dramatically in recent decades. Individuals reach understandings and make choices with regard to sex gender identities, including non-binary, intersex, transgender, or transsexual, in the context of an increasingly elaborate medical pharmaceutical technology, accompanied by complex, though contested developments in psychological definitions. Similarly, new technologies complicate and reshape our considerations of such categories of cultural production as orality, writing, transmission, class and ethnic diversity, and expressive traditions and practices. The women warriors and the popular ballads in which we find them, she writes, here presciently signaled or foreshadowed many of these changes in centuries past. Materials cataloged here offer a resource to research and historicize salient aspects of our past and present day performative and oral multicultural and transgendered world. So big changes over the course of her work. I asked Diane about this evolution in her work from cautious feminist recovery to gender and sexuality studies to something closer to cultural studies with a presentist bent. And she said that her queer instincts about the ballads were always there, but as she described it, quote, I was really young. Yeah, I was trying to fit in with feminism, which was not very queer friendly in the 70s. I mean, that was the debate. I was a farm kid. I was a ranch kid from a rural context, and I was always a tomboy, transy kind of kid, and I had a hard time. When I asked whether she initially thought of the catalog and dissertation and first edition of the book as being part of that early wave of feminist scholarship in the early modern period, she said, there were two women feminists in the English department at UCLA at the time, and neither of them thought this was a feminist topic. They said, they don't know. They said, it's not about women or something. They thought, their thought was, it's kind of the trans, it's kind of, I don't know, or also I myself am a little wranglerish. So also they maybe didn't want to deal with me or I didn't want to deal with them because they didn't know what to do with this project. They didn't want to see it as feminist because it had something queer to it and something more in gender, and it didn't fit. They couldn't think around the corners. I mean, sometimes, I would have been afraid to say it, but now I'm an old queer, so I can say, I don't think they were as smart as I was. Yeah, they weren't smart enough to look around the corners, and they couldn't see that they were thinking within their own nouns. And if they'd get out of their nouns and look for some verbs, they might learn something, or they might see something they weren't already seeing. About the second edition and its new introduction, she added, I was growing up and I was getting clearer and I was being more open. And now, with regard to the queerness, what happened is even with the book, I got to be more queer when the book came out in paperback in '96 because I myself was better able to think about it. And the whole queer studies thing had started to happen, but then it was still not as queer then. So even in the preface in '96, a lot had happened in scholarship to make, thinking about these things become more legitimate or something that was done, saying this is queer. I mean, even the word queer. When I was working on this, nobody said the word queer unless you were, I don't know, outside the stone wall or something. It wasn't a word that was used. So there became more of a vocabulary for talking about these things. But it's always with political movements and vocabularies. They're often reductive of what people's imagination is always about. I was in high school when Diane's second preface to her Warrior Women book came out in 1996, having a queer femme adolescence very different from her cowboy ranch one. I started college in 1998 at just the right moment to benefit from and be shaped by the peak emergence of queer studies as a field in the late 90s and early 2000s, and simultaneously to be shaped as a scholar by emerging and expanding transgender discourses and politics in that period. In college, and especially in graduate school and my time on the tenure track, I felt different but neighborly pressures to the ones Diane faced from those two feminists at UCLA, as I tried to figure out how to articulate and find models for my own first book project, which ended up being an early effort at what we now call the emerging field of early modern trans studies. I asked Diane how she felt about entrusting her catalog to someone like me, and she said, they need to go on to the next generation. And I'm the oldest of 12 kids, so I know about handing things down. I said to Patty, look, I don't want this stuff to disappear, and maybe you know where it could be useful so other people could use it. So I think what you're doing is great, and I'm not going to be here forever. It's been such a gift for the Diane Dugow to say that to me, to pass on her work to me and my students, and let us do whatever we wanted on the site we built, to let me interview her and quote her here. And while I'm not exactly saying this couldn't have happened among straight scholars, I do believe that what we've been doing together is queer praxis. Queer people already understand how to seek kinship models outside of direct familial lineage. We have practiced finding mentorship and sharing knowledge upstream, out of order, transtemporally. To me, Diane Dugow's generosity is tremendous, full stop. But it's also part of her role, as she put it, an old queer, not pulling up the ladder behind her. And so it's part of my role as I'll put it, a middle-aged queer, to pay that forward as best I can by including my own students as true partner collaborators and as scholars in their own right. About this style of collaboration as pedagogy, graduate student Kelly Plant told me, this shows how intergenerational scholarship is a conversation when done in a feminist and queer methodology versus a top-down approach. This approach shows why our work on the Warrior Women Project did feel so intergenerational to me. Listen, I don't mean to toot my own horn too much here, and as much as I am an avowed queer optimist, I don't want to paint an entirely rosy picture. The website itself is already out of date in internet time, and we do not have a plan or funding for the regular maintenance it needs. I'm sorry about the dead links, let alone to keep it growing and changing. Moreover, kinship metaphors and the framing of generation have been rightly contested by feminist and queer scholars. It is not my job to be a mother to my students or to owe filial loyalty to Diane or any other mentor. Not all queer people are related, and there are real histories of harm in the casual elision of cultural, racial, class, ability, and other differences into some homogenized, unilateral, utopian queer community. I disagree strongly with some of Diane's arguments and approaches to the Warrior Women ballads, and I'm more broadly frustrated with some enduring scholarly inheritances from past feminist and queer scholarship, especially in pre-modern studies. And yet still, I feel the temporal drag, the cross-historical currents that circle these 113 ballads. I see it in these so-called warrior women's cyclical appearances in queer historiography and in the varied ways that scholars have addressed and readdressed them. I recognize it in my teaching and sharing them to students who are encountering not just ballads, but these ballads for the first time and loving them. I see it in the catalog and in the little website and database we built around it, and I think I feel it as I share it now with you. So speaking of sharing things with you, at this point, you may be wondering if I'll ever talk about an actual ballad, and I will. Now, it's part 3, trans pregnancy in the Warrior Women ballads. As I was just saying, the concept of intellectual generations need not and should not be elided with reproductive generation. But in the case of the 113 Warrior Women ballads, the ones that feature reproductive generation, and according to our database, there are about 12 that overtly describe pregnancy or birth, have been a kind of litmus test for evolving attitudes toward and uses for the ballad category and its protagonists. When Diane Dugal was traveling to collect the ballads for her catalog, she found one with handwritten annotations by the 19th century ballad collector Francis Child. Dugal recounts, I found this great broadside in the collection with Child's handwriting. He had like a carpenter's pencil, this big, thick pencil, and it was very, a kind of whiny, ditzy broadside ballad about some girl dressing up, and she was probably pregnant underneath it all. And he scrawls on the face of this ballad, I shall not print this. In 1965, ballad editor William Peacock published the note, I feel I am medically incompetent to deal with the psychosexual implications of a ballad where a cabin boy gives birth. If male ballad collectors were disgusted by the pregnant warrior women, in feminist work from the 1980s and 90s, the conventional interpretation was that warrior women are fundamentally women, albeit agential and potentially queer ones, and that in cases of pregnant warrior women, the act of giving birth is a binary gender reveal moment in which the soldier, however manly, is revealed to be a woman, and the queerness of the cross-dressing plot is contained and concluded, or at best, reoriented in light of the reveal. So the gay homosocial relationship that the warrior woman felt with another man would now be a straight relationship, reoriented in that way. For instance, Pauline Greenhill, in a piece where she is explicitly revisiting her own previous work on the ballads from a new queer studies perspective, writes of the same ballad that Peacock was unqualified to discuss. The cabin boy, she says, is consistently referred to as he after the first verse. And though his pregnancy might be construed as biological proof of female sex, even after he has given birth, it is asserted that he is neither a man nor a maid, a comment that implicitly disentangles sex from gender, from sexual orientation. By my standards, so far so good. But then she retangles it, ultimately dividing the cabin boy's labors according to binary gender, with the claim that the protagonist labors as both a female and a male, reproductively as a woman giving birth, and productively as a cabin boy. And then ultimately the realities of female embodiment intervene to assert that he is a she. Of course, this makes me, from my own generational position, want to ask, but what if warrior women aren't necessarily women, or at least not cisgender women? And even if these characters aren't or can't be trans, what can the tools of trans studies add to the ways we read and think about these moments in the ballads? In keeping with everything I've said so far, my goal in this work is not to participate in a series of corrections where the category of trans overwrites the category of butch, which overwrites the category of lesbian, which overwrites the category of woman. As Freeman puts it, the political result of these temporal formulations can be that whatever looks newer or more radical than thou has more purchase over prior signs, and that whatever seems to generate continuity seems better left behind. But to reduce all embodied performances to the status of copies without originals is to ignore the interesting threat that the genuine pastness of the past sometimes makes to the political present. While there is certainly an urgent need for trans history as a weapon in the political present, there's not a right answer about these ballad protagonists. They don't need to be recovered and remediated into any one form to meet any one political need. Instead, in offering these trans possibilities, I aim to add another voice to the scholarly song about them, to be okay in the ways that the song can be discordant, and to keep an eye out for future singers. Toward that end, I want to make the case for 3 simultaneous trans studies informed readings of warrior women pregnancies. First, that we might understand some warrior women as transmasculine and interpret their pregnancies as early modern explorations of gestational fatherhood and male-male reproduction. Second, and simultaneously, we might also understand some warrior women as transfeminine and interpret their pregnancies as early modern explorations of functional sex change and expressions of the desire that some trans women feel toward gestational motherhood. Through this lens, the moment of labor becomes less a reveal than a moment of transformation, when a person who seems to be a man, but knows they are a woman, experiences a miracle that confirms and affirms them. And then third and finally, I want to make the case that these characters don't have to be identifiable by current trans identity categories to benefit from trans methods of reading their pregnancies and labors, in which gender is, I would say, contingent, constructed, discursive, situational, and relational. So I don't have an image of the ballad I'm going to discuss. This is my favorite woodcut from the genre. I just like how this person is lifting their skirt up to show us. Okay, I want to start with the ballad, The Gallant She-Soldier, which establishes some of the major tropes of the pregnant warrior women genre, and in doing so meets many of the qualifiers for what Colby Gordon has called trans memoir or the trans case study, a commentary that he describes as speculating on the quote origins, expressions, and treatment of trans impulses of a trans individual through an analysis of their narrativized life. When the gallant she-soldier's husband goes to war, they, quote, put on man's apparel and bore him company. Once enlisted, the ballad's protagonist excels at many, quote, manly practices, including leaping, running, wrestling, and cuffing, so impressively that, quote, there's hardly 1 of 10 men that might with her compare. This section of the ballad follows convention in showcasing the soldier's capacity for embodying normative and exemplary masculinity in the hypermasculine context of the military, even as it undercuts that masculinity with its use of persistent and intrusive feminine pronouns. And yet, even more than their skill at sports, it's being pregnant that really shows how much of a man this so-called warrior woman is. When the soldier finds themselves, quote, to be with child, they make the choice to maintain their chosen male gender presentation to full term. As the narrator describes this male pregnancy for the first time in the ballad, the pronoun storm slows and then pauses. For the only time, the soldier speaks, responding using direct address. It reads, secretly she kept it, so long as ever she could, till such time a commander her beteeming did behold. What is the reason, Tom, quoth he, that you are grown so fat? 'Tis strong beer and tobacco, sir, which is the cause of that. Here, at the moment when the soldier is most pregnant, beteeming even, we learn their male name, Tom, and hear their male voice in their comedic response to their captain. The joke, by the way, still has currency in modern narratives from transgestational parents like Jay Wallace, who opens his 2012 essay on, quote, the manly art of pregnancy with the lines, There are many ways to go about acquiring what they call a beer belly. I chose pregnancy. Same joke. Wallace further writes that while he, a pregnant man, as a pregnant man, quote, feared that pregnancy would make me into a woman or a lady, but it didn't. It made me into more of a dude. Along these same lines, when Tom the soldier gives birth, the ballad does not explicitly describe vaginal birth as proof of womanhood, instead leaving open the possibility that Tom gives birth as a dude. It explains, quote, but when her painful hour was come that she must delivered be, the women flocked about her grievances to see. Her breeches then were pulled off, and there began the wonder. Certainly, the wonder here could be the generic gender reveal, the so-called proof of sex. It could be the more general wonder that comes with every single birth, each one a transformative revelation. Or potentially, it could be queer wonder, marveling over the fact that Tom is a man and that men can be pregnant and give birth. A moment that allows for what Blake Gutt has called, quote, a degendering of pregnancy, a separation of body parts and their operation from gender identities. Another ballad, The Female Warrior, oh, shoot. Okay, I guess I don't have a picture of the female warrior, or we'll come across it unexpectedly later. Can be read along similar lines, as it describes, quote, how a woman in man's attire got an ensign's place, and so continued till the necessity of making use of a midwife discovered her. Uniquely in this ballad, along with the familiar itemization of how good the woman turned ensign is at manly sports and warfare, there's also a description of the ensign's careful social adjustment to their male gender role. Quote, when she amongst young gallants came, she often was afraid, lest in their wanton talk she should by blushes be betrayed. But custom made her at the length so confident and free, she did presume upon her strength, she could not daunted be. Here, the barrier of having been assigned female at birth and socialized as a girl is not figured as insurmountable. Manly behaviors can be learned and performed with practice and confidence in this ballad. Even more than in the gallant she-soldier, this warrior is presented as authentically and determinedly male, so much so that the revelation of pregnancy is understood as a male ensign's metamorphosis rather than a she-soldier's. The ballad reports. The soldiers at the last began for to suspect, and by some certain signs in short they plainly did perceive, their ensign metamorphosed, and them all did deceive. If the ensign stays an ensign despite their metamorphosis, then it's possible that the deception described here is less that the ensign is revealed by pregnancy to have been a woman, and more that the ensign, a man, has been revealed to be hiding a pregnancy from his comrades. This reading of the ensign through a transmasculine lens can be borne out by the character's disappointment in the limitations that come with pregnancy, and their frustration that because they're pregnant, people understand them to be female based on their anatomy. Quote, her growing belly forced her to lay the colors down. Unhappy chance it was, alas, and sore it did her vex, because that she was found to be one of the female sex. The ensign is unhappy, vexed, to be seen as female just because they happen to be pregnant. Further, in contrast to my optimistic reading of the wonder of Tom's delivery, this ballad reflects some of the risks to health and safety that can come with pregnancy for men assigned female at birth. The pregnancy appears to be dysmorphic and uncomfortable, attended by a grievous and non-consensual loss of gender identity and bodily autonomy. The narrator reports, quote, and now her groaning time being come, a midwife was prepared. She could not march by beat of drum, nor mount the court of guard, for why she did in pieces fall, here one part, there another. Did any ever know the like? An ensign made a mother. If we read the ensign as a trans man whose pregnancy, understood as feminine no matter how much of a man he is, undermines his hard-earned reputation, this public labor is a trauma that exposes the ensign without their consent, with the belly betraying the boy. I firmly believe that ballads like The Gallant She-Soldier and The Female Warrior can and should sustain trans readings like these. And yet, as gratifying and generative as these moments of cross-historical recognition and identification with queer masculinities can be, they're informed and enabled by a historical underrepresentation of trans femininity in academic queer and trans theory and in discussions in and out of the academy about queer and trans reproductive futurity. As Misha Cardenas points out, quote, existing literature on transgender pregnancy and family planning, such as lesbian parenting books, focus almost entirely on trans men, while making only the most brief reference to the fact that trans women can bank their sperm. This reproduces a trans misogynistic dynamic where trans men are highly valued by queer communities and transgender women's concerns and existences are erased. We can love and value the transmasculine ancestor we might glimpse in the warrior women ballads, while also simultaneously adjusting the historical biases of our field's generational gaps and making space for other kinds of queer possibility. These possibilities exist together, overlapping and interacting. If we revisit the female warrior as a warrior woman story in which the narrator might be a trans woman, a trans feminine lens allows the device of female to male cross-dressing to function as a metaphor for being a woman who everyone thinks is a man. In this framing, the pregnancy and birth become a wonder of a different kind, a reveal that's affirming and miraculous, a reproductive achievement that allows the ensign to reveal herself as having been a woman all along. And the sites of gendered trauma in the ballad are reoriented so that the scene where the warrior works to fit in among young gallants with their wanton talk captures the recognizable practice of being closeted and working against your truth to fit a restrictive social role. Meanwhile, the ensign's metamorphosis through pregnancy becomes a more anatomical change that has resonances across time with some trans women's experiences of cyclical periods and pregnancy symptoms brought on through hormone use and/or withdrawal, as explored in Cardenis's hybrid poetry bioart project entitled Pregnancy. The ensign's metamorphosis can communicate with the hope for and possibility of trans feminine gestational pregnancy. When the ensign gives birth in this reading, the radical explosion of the body, which, quote, did in pieces fall, here one part, there another, is less a trauma than a splitting open, a birth that creates a birth canal where one hadn't been before. Here I'm showing Ambrose Paré's figure of a man lying ready to be cut for the stone, that is a kidney stone, which I see as hinting at this possibility of birth through the penis. The posture for this surgery mirrors labor and delivery, and the technique for delivering the stones through dilating the urethra to function as a wider canal. The possibility of pregnancy, labor, and delivery as queer mechanisms of sex change is explored further in the ballad, The Famous Woman Drummer. Here, following the genre's conventions, the drummer and her lover go to war as, quote, two comrades most lovingly together and played their parts most actively like two birds of one feather. When the drummer becomes pregnant, quote, her body it began to swell and she grew plump and jolly, but she used all the means she could whereby to hide her folly. She marched by day and watched by night in winter and in summer, and still they took her for a man. She was so stout a drummer. At the end of this queer pregnancy, the ballad reports, when her painful hour approached, I do not lie or flatter, the women cut her codpiece point to see what was the matter. This striking final image of the midwives cutting open the codpiece to enable birth queers the very technologies of pregnancy and labor. The drummer's pregnant, oh, there's the female warrior. The drummer's pregnant body and codpiece barrier evoking the surgical techniques of modern vaginoplasty, techniques that were being developed and advanced during the early modern period. This image from Jan van Meekeren's 1682 Observationes Medico-Surgico shows a person with a distended abdomen, swollen with trapped menstrual blood due to vaginal agenesis, an anatomy in which a person has no vaginal opening, which needed to be repaired with an X incision followed by the use of dilating pessaries until the surgical vaginal opening healed. The distension here creates another kind of queer pregnancy, without sex and without a vagina, but also without a fetus. The surgical treatment creates a vaginal opening and enables vaginal birth, and also lays the groundwork for the real trans surgical and reproductive possibilities that are still being invented and perfected today. In these small ballad moments, the wonder and fantasy of a trans pregnancy is in conversation with the futures of trans reproduction. I am certainly not the first person to compare the experience of pregnancy to the experience of transition. As Andrea Long Chu writes, quote, remember, pregnancy is a form of body modification so extreme that it results in another person. In this, it resembles nothing except perhaps sex change. Alicia Andrzejewski and Sawyer Kemp's work on the intersections of F to M, FTM, female to male, and FTM, first time mom, as internet shortcuts, poignantly demonstrate the limitations of a cultural imagination that defines both maleness and motherhood through normative understandings of sex and gender, when in fact, these gendered states of being and identifications are unruly. The connection between transitioning and gestating under the bigger rubric of the unruly body works to extend the possibilities for trans interpretations of pregnancy in the warrior women ballads beyond a binary transformulation of transfemininity and masculinity to a larger sense of what Colby Gordon has described as trans technogenesis, where trans fashioning reveals that the gendered body is at its essence a form of techne or technical fabrication, and in which genders, all genders, are pieced and poked like an embroidery or a fresco, and all bodies are, quote, technical objects made or fashioned, but also capable of self-fashioning. From this perspective, the ballad protagonists' swelling, ripping, unstitched, revealed, withdrawn, and reworked bodies, captured as they are in the torn, cut, pasted, faded material form of the ballads, offer less a set of representations of any one gender or genders, but a place to think about the generation of gender, the making and unmaking of life and self. Remarkably, rather than bringing me away from Diane Dugout and her catalog, this openness of a trans reading of the ballads outside of an identity framework brings me right back to her. When I asked Diane what drew her to the ballads she's collected, she told me, "You'll see something a little more adventurous. That's one of the things about popular literature. It's so oftentimes so badly, quickly, desperately crafted overnight that it's almost like the culture is putting on its outfit inside out, and where you can see the seams. In this way, the ballads are like their protagonists, seams showing, raw, imperfect, unfixed. The queer pregnancies of these so-called warrior women, whose multiple polymorphous queer and trans iterations of pregnancy in specific and gendered embodiment in general, can and must coexist with each other and with feminist readings of the same text, and with our own queer identifications, orientations, desires, and reproductive and generational futurities. In 1989, when she published Warrior Women in Popular Balladry, 1650 to 1850, Diane Dugout wrote, "Any generation's scholarship reveals the past that generation needs." She meant, rightly, that we look to literary and cultural history to find pasts that speak to us. It might be feminist warriors, lesbian ancestors, trans evidence, but implied alongside this idea is the parallel one that any generation's scholarship also reveals the ancestry and legacies it grapples with and depends upon. As my student Bernadette Kelly puts it, this can be fraught and can feel hindering until you can conceptualize how to use intergenerational scholarship to support your work. As her peer Kelly Plant frames it, it's about working with the influences without so much of the anxiety. It's not that I never cringe when I read older scholarship, other people's and my own, but the Warrior Women Project is an example of how queer and feminist historiography is enriched by multi-directional intergenerational scholarship. At the end of my most recent conversation with Diane Dugout, I asked her, if you had your druthers, what would happen next for these ballads? What would the kids these days do with them? Ever the musicologist, she answered that we should sing them, sing them. I'm not much of a singer, but in keeping with the conference theme today, I'll conclude by suggesting that whatever song we sing about warrior women ballads, it should be at once old and incomplete, synchronic and out of time, queer and communal. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Simone. And as we all come back, thank you. Wow, what a generous and generative paper. Just brilliant. And we have time for questions, and I'm sure we have a number of them. So I'm not sure, Nicole, how we're handling questions. We can both, you can put your hand up or you can put a question in the chat, and all three of us will pay attention to it. Simone, myself, and Nicole.
Yeah, we've been having folks write their names in the chat, so you could do it in order. If you're feeling a little shy, feel free to write out your question as well, whatever works.
Thank you all. I know it's hard to maintain Zoom attention for such a long talk, and I appreciate your patience.
Olivia, do you have a question that you'd like to?
Yes, I do. First of all, really, really good presentation. It was so fascinating. Could you talk a little bit about how disability studies intersects with these ballads in this archive? I was thinking about like some of the concurrent discourse of disease and non-normative gender presentation in like the Roaring Girl and other early modern texts. And it seems like there might be similar discourse here. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in the specific ballads that I was talking about today, as you could see, these ideas of bodies failing people, bodies doing unexpected things, bodies revealing things people don't want them to reveal, are very much in conversation with some disability studies. But more broadly, because these are military ballads, they're happening against this backdrop of extreme death and disfigurement and sort of all the material ways that war is bad for human bodies. And so a lot of the ballads feature injury in war, and some of the like sexy romance scenes are actually scenes of one of the two lovers tending to the other one's military injuries. And those are also some of the sites of gender reveal, right? So someone will be shot and they'll take off their clothes to tend to their injury and then discover, you know, that they have breasts or something like that. And so the threat of having, of incurring a disability as a warrior undercuts these ballads, and the sort of social context of having lost so many people to colonial enterprise and to war is a piece that allows these ballads to keep happening, because there is what do you call it, where people are forced into the military. That word will come to me in a second. So they have a shortage of bodies to fight in different wars and participate in different colonial projects. And that's part of how these so-called warrior women find their way into the military. So the sort of haunting of militarized disability is present in a lot of these ballads as well. And then also, I think bodies, the gendering of bodies has to do with ability. So there's a lot of discussion of how delicate the so-called warrior women are before they decide to undertake a warrior disguise, and then how life at sea broadens their backs, hardens their hands, darkens their skin. So there's this kind of physical transformation that I think is also in conversation with disability studies. So those are just some of my thoughts, Olivia. I'd love to hear more about what you're thinking about. We do have some categories and keywords on the site that kind of hint at disability and could be good places to look for examples.
Yeah, thank you. That was really interesting. That wasn't exactly what I was thinking of, but you know, still great to hear. I was thinking more like you know, describing like, I mean, non-normative sexuality or transness, I guess, in that context as like being diseased of some kind, or especially with like pregnancy, you know, like rhetoric of like illness or anything like that, or contagiousness. But yeah, I mean, if you have any thoughts about that'd be great too.
I don't know. I think once again, I'm not going in the direction that you're thinking of, but I'll just mention how much ableism has been baked in with the queer liberation movement and into queer studies, where for reasons of sort of political pragmatism, there was this urge to say, we queer people are just the same as everyone else, nothing wrong with us, not a sickness, not a disability. And some of those rhetorics caused harm to disability communities, and especially to queer disabled people. And so I do think in this scholarly legacy that we're looking at, why hasn't there been more analysis of disability in the warrior women ballads? Because feminists and queer people wanted to valorize these characters for feminist and queer causes, which have often excluded sort of disability themes, just like they've been implicitly racist or implicitly nationalist. And so I think that's sort of a piece of what's going on, even though I don't know that it's exactly what you're asking.
Awesome. No, thank you. That was great. Super interesting.
Yeah. We have a question from Cheng Kian, and you can see it, Simone, but I'll read it aloud. So So hi Cheng, and who says among all significant things ballads can include. Why do they choose to cover pregnancy and warriors, which from first glance don't have much connection? What is particularly interesting about pregnancy?
So I have two parts of an answer. First, I think that these ballads were meant to be popular and scandalous, and one way of demonstrating that these characters were having sex while they were at war with their boyfriends was to have someone show up pregnant, which would then sort of be the tell that they'd been sexually active. And so I think it's part of the scandal of these ballads, not just cross-dressing, but also sex, that might be one reason for the pregnancy. I also think, and this kind of gets into that trans-temporal thing, people are interested in queer pregnancy. So whether they thought of it in terms like we do now around trans identity, I think they were interested in what would it look like if someone was a soldier and also was pregnant. So I think that's a component of it. So I think that's why there are so many instances. And I know 12 doesn't sound like a ton, but for those of you working in ballads, we often build whole arguments around like 2. So 12's kind of a lot. Also, though, I misread your question at first and thought you were asking, why did I choose to look at pregnancy in the ballads as opposed to any of the many other things? And I think, one, since I've already been overly personal with you, I can share that I spent most of the last decade pregnant or nursing, and so it was on my mind. But then two, it did seem like such a flashpoint for some of the challenges around gender and sexuality in these ballads because of the intrusion of the body. You know, something we talk about in pre-modern trans studies is the lack of dysphoria and the ease that often accompanies kind of trans narratives, or what we might call whatever gender crossing narratives from the period, right? In Shakespeare, someone's like, I'll be a boy. They put on pants, everyone's like, oh, a boy, right? If you've ever tried to change your gender presentation, it doesn't go that way. There's all kinds of problems, right? So often in literature, there's this sort of fantasy of a non-dysphoric ease for gender transition. And what I liked about the pregnancy ballads is that it disrupts that a little bit. Like, okay, you can do all this stuff, you can pass for a soldier, but if you get pregnant, what are you going to do about your body in this scenario? And so for me, it undercuts that trend in other kind of whatever trans or gender, non-gender variant narratives that we're used to talking about in literature. So I was interested for that reason. And thanks for letting me answer a question you didn't ask.
Yeah. Andrew has his name on the list here.
Please, please. Simone, first of all, thank you very much for that talk. I agree with Bernadette. It was absolutely just so generative. I mean, there's going to be a lot coming out of that talk for me for the while. So thank you very much. And now I want to ask a question about a phrase you used a couple of times, and it's a particularly vexed phrase and concept and event, and that's gender reveal, right? I mean, I'm thinking of the gender reveal party, which is, I mean, particularly vexed. But also, I'm just wondering if you could talk about gender revelation in these ballads, both as a trope, as something that comes up. Here we have a narrative, and then, oh, don't worry, we can finally reveal it. And also just the broader conceptual struggle around a gender revelation, the fantasy of like suddenly ocular proof of gender. So thanks.
Thank you for that question. And I'm sorry if my like general exhaustion with the world didn't have me put a heavy enough kind of scare quote around the gender reveal. I think it is a common term if you work in kind of cross-dressing / gender crossing / trans stuff. Most texts where a character crosses gender lines will feature some kind of dramatic gender reveal moment. And that's sort of the dramatic irony, what the audience is waiting to see. Or in a few rare cases, like the play Epicene, you get the surprise gender reveal, and that's its own kind of shock, right? So it is kind of like a structuralist thing where it's built into the structure of this kind of story that you're waiting for the gender reveal and interested in seeing how the author is going to make it happen. But I think your question is also related to what I was just talking about around the sort of fictional ease of gender transgression in some literary texts. a lot of times the gender reveal is posed as like a one and done kind of thing. And most people living trans experience know that you're constantly having to make gender reveals, come out all the time. It's never like one moment and then everyone in the whole world of your universe knows about it and proceeds from there. So not only is it artificial in the sense that it presumes there's something about a body that you could show someone that would prove something about who they are. But additionally, it presumes that there's this sort of like easy singular moment that will unify the thinking around a person's gender. And so I think I used it too casually because it's kind of like a trade term in this kind of text, but I'm glad you drew attention to it for all of those reasons.
Ellie, I'm not sure if you had a question. You gave us the example of Pope Joan in the chat, so I want to make sure I don't pass you over. Did you have a question or another comment or elaboration?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a question, but may as well kind of elaborate to the question before last, in that Pope Joan, I forget what century it pops up, but it's a pope that is originally like someone assigned female birth, attains popehood, has some affairs, and then winds up pregnant. I don't know if that continues into if that story circulates in the early modern, but when talking about, I guess, like the impetus for why, one would look at pregnancy, transmasculinity, this whole project. I thought it was worth bringing up as a parallel, is all.
Thanks. I'm not familiar with that, and I'll look into it. I will say, when you put Pope Joan, I thought at first you might be talking about Joan of Arc in some way, and I'll just say that this stuff is still so loaded. So I cited a few times in the paper my friend and collaborator Colby Gordon, and he does this irreverent thing on his Twitter feed where he says, like, I'm going to trans a historic author every week. You know, he does this thing, whatever. And the other day he trans Joan of Arc. So what it is he just tweets Joan of Arc was trans. The backlash about saying Joan of Arc was trans was unbelievable. He had to lock his Twitter account. There was a letter written to his employer. And, you know, he's been doing this, whatever, for a various period. When you hit a certain kind of cultural icon, people get so enraged. So it was interesting to see that response. And so, again, transtemporally, it sort of reminds us, like, why would people in 2022 care at all about Joan of Arc and Joan of Arc's gender? But we have these investments across time that are unexpected and meaningful. So,
wow, that's right. We could explore that further, and I know we have some medievalists in the crowd who might come to the fore and carry on this discussion later in the Q&A. But E. Cook is next on our list, and please, if you want to put your name in the chat, or you can just put your hand up if you like, and we'll get to you all.
Hi, Simone. Thank you. That was really fun. And just to look at the other end of things here in the 1800 zone, no, in the 1700 zone. So I wanted to ask you about a text that I'm pretty sure you know, the Phantomina, which is, you know, the story of the woman who successfully disguises herself multiple times to reseduce the same guy. And, you know, it's a lot of fun until, you know, pregnancy. And in that story, you know, so critics wrestle with the end of that story. I'm sure everyone who's read it has a theory about the fun, the mother shows up, oh my God, my daughter's pregnant. And there is an interesting postscript here about who gets to own the baby, which I've always, the mother and bad daughter don't give up the little girl, which has always kind of seemed interesting. To the father, when he shows up and says, I'll take the baby now. I won't marry you, but I'll take the baby because it's mine. You know, so people try to think about this ending like, oh gosh, you know, endings don't really matter. This is a picaresque, you know, let's just stop however we can. So we'll have a pregnancy and that'll be the end of it. you know, and then there's this reading of like pregnancy restores normal order. And so this is a, you know, a Bakhtinian thing where the carnival has to end. And but it's really hard to get away from the punitive effect. So I'm just wondering, you know, and following on Andrew's question of the, you know, is there a single reveal and then it sort of stops? Can you talk a little bit more about, is there a, you know, is pregnancy punishment for playfulness, unruliness, to use a term you've used, or do ballads not work like that, right? Is this a generic thing? So.
Sorry, certainly because of just size, ballads can't do the things that a picaresque, or sometimes they make me think of a romance, right? With all these sort of like circuitous character developments and disguise plots and reveal plots layered on top of each other. The ballad has to end quickly. That said, one surprising thing in the pregnancy ballads in this genre, and not in all ballads, but in this genre, is that there's relatively little shaming around the pregnancy. And I'm, you know, there's sort of that crowd effect and reveal moment. Yep. But for instance, in the one, the female cabin boy, this cabin boy is sleeping with the captain and the captain's wife, and then is pregnant and gives birth. And when they give birth, the captain's wife is like, now I know you were sleeping with the cabin boy. But it's presented as like a hilarious punchline, not, you know, not only are you slutty, but you've also destroyed marriage, or, you know, something like that. It really is presented as like a joke on the captain, more than anything else. And the same is true in a lot of the ballads. It's like, and then they had a baby. And, you know, the ballads do have that Bakhtinian kind of containment aspect at the end, but often the warrior women are able to reintegrate. There's one that doesn't have pregnancy where while she's enlisted, or while they're enlisted, the man for whom they enlisted like marries someone else, steals all their money, does stuff like that. So there are occasional penalties, but not really linked to sexuality. In other ballads about pregnancy, that happens all the time. Some, you know, young woman gets involved in a courtship, gets pregnant, and she has to pay the price. And it's a moral lesson for young women not to have that kind of pregnancy. So I do think it's potentially interesting for a small sample set that there's less of that in this instance. And I actually think that's why, while many feminist scholars wrote about these ballads, they tend to kind of hop over the pregnancy part. Like, I don't think it really does fit a narrative that people wanted to say about them. So they're often like, there'll be like a paragraph where they say, sometimes they get pregnant. And as I said, usually it's used to say, and that proves that they're a woman, and they go back to being a woman, whatever. But I don't think it fit an existing feminist narrative. And that's where I think trans studies has something interesting to add.
Yeah.
About the ballads. So. Sorry,
that's a great
answer. Yeah.
Great way of reframing the whole problem of pregnancy, and whether it's, you know, what that biological, you know, cause effect issue, does it open up or does it shut down, right? In terms of what can happen. So thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Jim?
Can I say first just how much I love this? It's so amazing. I loved hearing about your relationship to this project. I loved hearing Diane Dugal's voice emerge. I could listen to you, you know, sort of ventriloquize Diane Dugal all day long. It's wonderful. And the fact that you have a relationship to that voice. One of the things that really struck me as you were sort of, you know, allowing us to sort of navigate with you through this project was this sort of, you know, the kind of intergenerational scholarship, and this kind of, you know, you used Freeman's notion of temporal drag, right, which is a concept I love, but the term you kept coming back to was temporal messiness. And I guess I just have a big dumb question about temporal messiness. Like, you know, it feels as if, I don't know, this process, you know, sort of, I don't know, maybe change the way you think about history and temporality. And I just wondered about temporal messiness in terms of your scholarship now, in terms of attending to things like reproduction and, you know, the messiness that we find in these ballads, and whether you think about them differently having, think about these particular ideas, historicity and temporality differently, having been through this, I don't know, this process with the warrior women and with a dissertation from 1983.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really have enjoyed building a relationship with Diane Dugal, but she will not do what I want her to do, and so I would go into these interviews with like an agenda. I think it was probably like this. Wouldn't you know, your career maps so neatly on how I imagine these sort of waves of scholarship in our field have been. Could you give me a nice quote about exactly that? And she really, didn't see it the same way I did. So it was messy. And I think teaching is like that too. I really did organize this class as a collaborative project. And that meant that sometimes I was outvoted or things turned out like not the way I thought it was going to go. And people had different opinions than I did. And so that was messy and uncomfortable. And then since I'm being overly personal, I'll just share that as you know, I was very young when I finished my PhD and started my job. I was 27, and for a decade there was no one younger than me in my department. And I got like a long period of being like, I'm the hip young professor, I'm closer in age to the grad students, I don't know what these old people are talking about. And then what happened is I got older and then I had to take a different kind of accountability for my scholarship and my role as a mentor, and to think more about what it means to build a field or participate in building a field, and then having to own work that you've done that you like and work that you've done that you would do differently, and having to support students in trying to figure out how they want to engage with it and whether they want to disavow that ancestry or move forward with it or whatever. So it felt very personally messy too, kind of stepping into a different career phase a little bit. And I just don't know how to keep private things private, so it's in the work. But yeah, I was thinking about those aspects as well. Does that get at your question, Jim? I could say more.
Yeah, I suppose it was as much, sort of enthusing about, what you were capturing. At the very beginning of our discussion here, you said, "Oh, I know how Zoom can be." Well, it wasn't like that at all. It was wonderful, and sort of I was mesmerized, and I the messiness you're talking about, yes, and I do think we see it in the care you take in your scholarship, right? The care to get the nuances right, the care to get possibilities to capture them, right? And I love the care you took with Diane Dugal's voice.
Thank you for that. Maybe my anxiety showed a little bit in my question for Eli earlier. In my work, it's been a process to figure out whether or not it's okay to be a little messier and not to be quite as dutiful about some of the rules of historical or queer historical scholarship that I was trained in. And so I think it's messy and it shows. So I appreciate you saying that you see care in detail in my work. I often see gaps that come from just sort of like trying a lot of different stuff. And I'm trying to be more okay with that and more transparent about it as well. So, here I am trying.
Yeah. And modeling for us and for your students, for the broader audience that will listen to this talk. So thank you for that. I'm going to see if I can jump into this, I think, gap, and maybe others will be formulating questions with my own question. And so I took note, you mentioned that these women warrior ballads are set in colonial context. You said they're set in all over the world, so globally. And you indicated maybe your work or maybe your students' work gestured towards the examination of race, blackface, racial prosthetics, and so on in the ballads. And I'm wondering if you could circle back around to that point in terms of trans pregnancy. I don't know if there are intersections with questions of miscegenation, maybe questions of passing, which I think are relevant in terms of trans studies and looking at questions of race and, again, of colonialism. So do you have any thoughts or reflections on that point?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking a lot, and it just didn't make it into this talk, about Jasper Puhar's idea of homo nationalism and this idea that the sort of white mainstream queer movement exists at the cost of communities of color, militarization, the nation state, all of these kinds of things. And I think that the warrior women uncomfortably are a good example of that pattern. They come from different class backgrounds, so there is some diversity there, but boy, are they fair. Every ballad wants to talk about their fairness, and the risk in every ballad is that they'll become less fair, and that England's resource of beautiful fair ladies will be diminished through their travel, through their labor. There are ballads where, as warriors, the warrior women protagonists go to the New World and kill indigenous people. There are ones where they are in war in parts of Africa, in parts of Asia, and in each one there are racial stereotypes that prop up a kind of English national agenda, and their genders, I think, get kind of weaponized, like, even an English lady could kill these people. We are superior, right? So there's that aspect to it. So these are not easy ballads. Part of the messiness in working with Dugau's archive is that she was a folklorist and an ethnomusicologist, so she did not believe in the kind of barriers that we have around English versus American, modern versus not modern. Her catalog includes Appalachian folk versions of early modern ballads. She's interested in sort of the full lives of the ballads. And because of that inclusion, some of them go through the American Civil War. There's all different kinds of iterations that really track how, if we only take a kind of for fun feminist and queer lark with these characters, we're participating in a project that's also doing kind of participating in developing what it means to be white or to have white femininity, you know. So that's a big piece of them for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Patty Fumerton's newest book has a brilliant chapter that takes a diachronic a diachronic approach to ballads that are racialized and inflected by the intersection of class and race and gender into the American archive. So it sounds like, we need to go back to Dugau's catalog and with attention, like you've said, to the synchronic, but to the diachronic and how these ballads travel. So yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions or comments or reflections?
Thank you so much for these questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead, E.
E? Yeah.
Just to say, it's fascinating to see this map onto, what people have talked about as the three waves of kind of intervention into early modern women writers. So in a way, your talk contributes to that whole account, from the Brown Women Writers Project, from, even earlier people, the first editors of early modern women poets. So it's a really fantastic contribution in that sense too. So
yeah, I think I don't want us to have to feel bad about loving the work that those projects did. It was so important to the recovery part mattered, and it still matters, especially speaking of sort of temporal things. For our students, it's new every time, right? So we don't get to be over it in that sense and say, that's old news that there were women authors in this period. Like it's still a big deal. Absolutely. It's just not sufficient by itself because of the additional tools that we've added to it. And so it's not that I'm trying to be nice to Diane, it's that I think her work still matters and is useful for the work that I want to do, and that I don't think it gets us anywhere to cancel her and her methods in order to do the ones that I want to do. And so I think we have to be better than that, and because the next generation is coming and they're not going to like how I'm talking about it. It's already happening, where in trans studies, language that we used very recently, certain people's book titles are no longer what we would say today, and so we have to be building a field that has room for that.
Yeah. So anybody else, Any last comments? Questions? So if not, well, thank you all for your questions. Let's thank Simone. What a fantastic paper. Thank you
Thank
so
you. It
much.
was so fun. It was so fun to come virtually home to UCSB. It was nice to see everybody, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay, take care, and thank you again, Nicole, for running the show here.
Thank you, Bernadette.
Take care. Goodbye.
Bye all. Thank you for coming. See you at 10 tomorrow.